Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the show. Today we're going to be talking about Illuminati or whatever the person's name is. All right, I'm not gonna lie. If anything, I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing this for the views. Okay. Apparently, it'll get me views. I heard. I know absolutely nothing about the situation, so I'm the one advantage is I'm actually going into this with an open mind. Now, for those of you who are new here, I always leave timestamps in the description below. So, for those of you who are watching this as a past live stream or a podcast after the fact, I always make sure to include timestamps in the description as chapters as quickly as possible, so you can skip around if you want, or you can watch the entire thing, because, I mean, the goal is for, obviously, me to be as entertaining as possible, because entertainment value, well, it equals more watch time, okay? That's why I have an additional face zoom. Now, for those of you who maybe aren't as observant, in my past live streams, and before this one, I had this face zoom, okay? This one, yes. Now I have this one and this one. So I can be like super dramatic, you know? But yeah, hello Pancake Panic, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well, because I know I sure as hell. How's the audio? Is it a bit loud? I think it might be a bit loud. Hold on, I'll turn it down just a tad bit. Okay, there we go. I think I might have been a bit loud. I hope not. Oh well, anyways, there's only one way to find out, right? So yeah, without further ado, yeah, so apparently there's this person called, Illuminaughtii or something, I don't know, and, like, she's been, like, kind of a poopy head, okay? People really don't like this person. I genuinely have no idea what they did. So we're gonna watch some videos about it, and I'm gonna give my commentary. I have absolutely zero bias, and normally I say that ironically, but there is no irony when I say I literally have no bias, because I don't even the name is familiar, like their profile picture is familiar, but I don't. Other than that, I don't really know anything about them. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not invested in the YouTube drama. Your community is amazing, and I'm grateful for them because they just paid me, so I won't lose my phone, and they have saved me a bunch of times. Seriously, you guys are awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Pancake Panic. I try to have at least a decent community. I try my best. I try my best. So thank you. I appreciate that. But we have a segment to do, it seems. So, yeah, anyways, without further ado, sit back. What's the thing? Leafy's was always like, oh yeah, sit back, relax, grab some popcorn, grab your penis, grab an 8-inch dildo, and play it. Well, I don't even. This is complete cringe. So, yeah, the first video we're gonna be watching is called, Illuminaughtii calls out Legal Eagle for stealing and it backfires. Now, I don't know what this person stole. Maybe they stole money, maybe they stole content. I have no idea. It could literally be anything, okay? I am not, and it looks like my hotkey that I use to zoom in messes with the position of the. Wait, hold on. That's not good. Well, it makes it go a minute further into the video. I did not know that the numbers were hotkeys for YouTube already. That is wonderful. All right, we're off to a great start. Okay. Yeah, so before we get started, hello, Ozrin. Welcome to the stream. Before we get started, I need to fix the hotkeys, all right? I'm very, very sorry about that. Apparently, all right, what is a good hotkey for me to use? Okay. Switch to scene. No, I didn't mean to. No, I don't not literally backspace. I guess semicolon. Yeah, there we go. Wonderful. So we have. Wait, there's that. Oh wait, there's this and this. Oh wait, actually no, I should use I should use the apostrophe. I'm sorry. Okay. This is so... Alright, I'm sorry. This is a terrible start. This is why I always leave timestamps. I mean, just because of things like this. So it's like, because like if you're not watching it as a podcast, it's like, okay, get into the drama. It's like, some people just want me to be concise, and it's like, okay, I get that. I'm sorry. Alright. Okay, now it's... Alright. Okay. So it's like this. Alright, lovely. I'm sorry about that. Alright. That was the intro. Now we can start talking about it after I take a quick sip of water, alright? I'm sorry, that was stupid. Okay, so oh my god, my brain is not working. Okay, you know what? That's okay. Alright, I'm sorry. So, the first video we're gonna be watching is called Iilluminaughtii calls out Legal Eagle for stealing and it backfires. Now, what is this person stealing? All 0 of you are asking. Oh wait, that's the wrong button. It's this one. All 0 of you are asking. Alright, yeah, there we go. Well, you see, I have no idea. I literally know nothing about the situation, and I'm doing this for views because I can, and I will. But the one advantage is, at the end of the day, I will have the most unbiased opinion of all time, since I literally don't even know anything about this person. So, we're gonna watch a Tipster video, I think, is a good idea. Yeah.
What is up, guys? Tipster here, and today I have a new video for you guys. And today we're going to talk about a really funny drama that occurred on Twitter.
It better be funny. If it's not funny, I'm going to be very angry, okay?
That honestly, it is easily the dumbest thing I have ever heard. But considering the person that's involved in this situation, it doesn't surprise me that they would find themselves in this type of situation. Now, what exactly am I talking about here? Let me go ahead and direct your attention to my screen share, so we could talk about a creator.
Aw, I want to transition like that. You guys see that? I need that for my streams.
Let me go ahead and direct your attention to my screen share, so we
that is so I'm sorry.
Talk about a creator known as Iilluminaughtii. Now, as you can see, this person has me blocked.
What a dog shit username, by the way. I'm sorry, but like if you... Oh god. It's just long and not aesthetically pleasing. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just not.
So a lot of what I'll be referring to happens to be archived posts, and thank you to the various people who sent this.
I mean, aside from the like emoji spam, what is that? Triangle? I'm not even gonna... Fuck, what flag is... I don't know what... I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I don't know. Well, obviously that's Ukraine, and then a flower. Is that the No, not Canadian. Wait, fuck. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I don't know which flag... You know what? Shut the fuck up.
Even be...
Look, that all flags look the same to me. I'm sorry.
Aware of this particular situation. But this is somebody, the reason why they have me blocked is because I've covered them before on my channel. In fact, if you look at my most popular videos, my second most popular video of all time happens to be about this creator known as Iilluminaughtii.
And guess what? That's exactly why I'm doing this stream. Because I don't care about the situation at all, but I think it's funny. I'm sure there's entertainment value at least, right?
In a stream highlight where I covered her various controversies in the past, and keep in mind, she's gotten into so much drama over the years, I didn't even cover
Wait, this was 2 years ago. This was like right around the time that I left commentary.
Everything. But if you look up videos on her,
so I guess I missed
a lot of things that are really stupid that she's done in the past. Having said that, if you guys want to check out that video, I highly recommend checking it out. But let's get into what she did this time, and this is
boy, I'm so excited.
Easily the stupidest thing she's ever done. No, actually, I take that back. I think the stupidest thing she ever did was admit to basically being involved in an abuse of copyright in my DMs at a
Wait, what? Okay, we gotta keep watching.
A time when I was probably one of the most outspoken, if not the most outspoken critics of abuse of the copyright system on YouTube.
So let's not talk about that before I find a bomb in my fucking car. What's that?
Wait, this was 2019.
Why is that?
This was like right around the time I left commentary and stopped giving a shit about it.
Hold on. I think I just got
I guess I'm starting to give more of a shit about it again, but only because of iDubbbz drama.
something.
What? Big? What? Who?
Oh, never mind. Now you're good.
Okay.
I had Tipster said he got it from Blair.
That sounded like an Alex tweet.
I'm so
Inside
confused.
joke
I'm
there.
lost.
Alex tweeted, he said, I trained my whole life for this moment, so it looks like he got invited to Logan Paul's Challenger game.
Wait.
What?
I'm so confused. What is going
Alex.
on? Why is this?
He's going to a Logan Paul's
Wait.
Challenger thing?
What is happening?
That's what it looks like from this.
These are the DMs that Blair sent to the artist.
Wait, who's Blair? I'm so. What is
whole thing?
happening?
Tommy.
Is
Here you
Blair
go.
Illuminati? What is happening?
No, Blair!
Oh, I assume this is Illuminati? Is that? Wait, let's read the DMs, okay? Let's read the DMs, okay? All right. Yeah. All right. Hey, I just wanted to reach out to you and let you know that there's a hate channel that just used your fan art you made for me as their thumbnail. IDK if you gave them permission to use that, but if not, just wanted to let you know so you could protect your work. Okay. Hey, thank you so much for letting me know about this. No, I did not grant them permission to use my artwork, especially not as a thumbnail to lure people in with. Send me a link to them or tell me their names so I can take care of it again. Thank you. Blah blah blah. Okay. I am lost.
Hey, I just
I know just as much as you or less.
wanted to reach out to you and let you know there's a hate channel that just used your.
Okay, wait. I
Use
just
my
read
art,
that
right?
out loud. Shut up.
That got me struck.
Because
You DM Tips.
100% baby.
What is happening?
Why would you DM Tipster proof that you got me struck?
Because fuck your wife.
What is happening?
What are you doing?
Oh boy.
Oh my god, you're so fucking bad at this.
Can I get some tipsters in the chat from
Make
no?
videos on scented candles.
Yeah.
I'm
Please.
so confused.
Tipster don't like
This is dumb. I don't
Bring
care.
up these.
fucking strikes.
That would have to be the dumbest thing she's.
Guys, what is going on? Am I too old for this? I don't know what's going on. Hello, Lion King. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god. I've missed years of drama. I used to care so much about YouTuber drama. And now I'm just like, what is... Everything happens so fast. Jesus Christ. It's like, am I supposed to know about all this shit? I'm like years behind.
Ever done, but this comes pretty fucking close. What exactly am I talking about here? Let me go ahead and bring up these archived tweets of a thread that she posted.
Oh, God.
Very, very big mad that a creator known as Legal Eagle, this is one of those law channels that talks about, like, you know, the law and various topics involving the law and stuff like that. So it's basically like a lawyer, you know, that's making content on YouTube. They got big mad at Legal Eagle for allegedly stealing their format.
Oh no! Oh my god, that's so stupid that my cat ears fell off. Holy shit. Oh no, why would you... Dude, this is the stupidest thing you could possibly do. This is exactly what the Fine Bros did, and they got so much shit for it. I remember, oh god, what year was it? It was a long time ago. What, like 2014 or 15? I don't even know. It was a really long time ago where the Fine Bros wanted to copyright the word react or some shit like that because people were stealing their format. This is exactly the same shit. Oh my god. If this isn't evidence of history repeating itself, I genuinely don't know what is. Holy fuck.
in terms of like their video editing style, and it gets even dumber
Their editing style, really?
when you see what the format in question is. So let's go ahead and let's dive into this. She says, not Legal Eagles editors broaching my editors to take my video style. And when they didn't give up that info, they literally copied it. And by the way,
What exactly would they have copied? Like smooth transitions? Would they have copied stuff like face zooms? What would they have copied? The pacing? Would they have copied the visuals? I'm sorry. This just doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm sorry.
I have the messages from my editors and found an email from them too. Just change the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting. Now,
For what?
I do believe she shows some examples in this thread, and when you
Please, I'd love to see it. Let me get. It's gonna be like some like preset or like something that that you can like easily find like on YouTube as a tutorial. I guarantee it.
see what she's accusing them of stealing, it's like, bro, I've seen various different people do this same editing format, and it's like not only like just YouTubers, but I've seen people in like mainstream content, like documentaries and stuff like that, use this exact same format as well. So it's like, how are you going to claim it was stolen from you when it's a pretty common thing that gets used? So I went through my emails and I found this outright saying, yeah, I'm going to do this, but if you could make it easier for me, I'd appreciate it. So we have an
Do what?
email here. Let me go ahead and open this image in a new tab so we can take a look at this email and see how horrible this person is for whatever they did. It's
Why is it in
blurry,
such
so I'm gonna
low
try my best,
resolution?
to read it. I have read it beforehand.
I
even
cannot
if I'm
read
not
that,
able
I'm
to read
sorry.
I'll kind of give you an idea of what it says.
How does anyone read that? Is my eyesight terrible or something? That's so fucking bad.
So it says,
It's not like I'm looking at my phone screen either. I'm looking at my laptop screen. Is there something wrong with my eyes? I hate if I can't read that.
hey, Blair, I work as an editor for Legal Eagle and was wondering...
Maybe it's because the light's in my face.
If you have some After Effects plugin... Sorry, like I said, it's kind of hard to read. It's blurry. If you have an After Effects plugin you guys use for the thing in the intro of the NFL video...
What? Oh no, there was an editor that used the same fucking plugin on After Effects.
Where the lighter colors appear to stick out. Basically, they're asking for an After Effects plugin. Hey, is there a plugin you guys
Oh god, they used the same plugin! What will we ever do?
use in order to achieve this effect, right? I apologize, it's a little hard to read, so I'm not going to read that.
I can't read that!
You get the point.
At
They're
all.
basically reaching out to Blair, that's Iilluminaughtii for those of you guys who don't know, and they're asking, hey, is there a plugin that you use in order to achieve this effect in videos? And as somebody who's been a part of the YouTube community way back since 2006, and I've interacted with various creators and stuff like that, this is something that's pretty common.
Absolutely. Even if you're not like a professional editor, even if you're like a dumb idiot like me who just, I don't know, makes videos for fun but also wants to do it as a career realistically in the future, maybe, hopefully, I bet, maybe, if everything goes according to plan. But I don't know, like, it seems like everybody copies each other's editing styles, I'm not gonna lie, and I don't think that that's a bad thing. Like, but it's just basic things, like, whatever, certain sound effects, certain ways of timing the delivery of certain lines or parts of the video for dramatic effect, certain face zooms or whatever, when you, like, zoom in so that it really emphasizes a certain point, right? Like, there's so many small, little, minute things you pick up on over time where, it's like, yeah, maybe you're doing some of the same things as other people, but you're not copying, like, you're not stealing their ideas. It's like, these are, like, the most basic editing techniques. Like, I don't think that there's anything super special about any, like, oh, they used the same plugin on After Effects that somebody else made. Like, okay, it would make sense if like, people were... If it was, like, a private plugin and then somebody, like, stole it or something, or, like, you had to, like, pay for it, but then they leaked. I don't know. Something. Literally anything. But no, it's just oh yeah, somebody used the same plugin as me and did something similar with it. Okay.
Definitely seen a lot of creators share editing tips with each other or request editing tips from each other, and most
Yeah, and even if you don't do that, you can literally just look up editing tutorials and it'll tell you how to do it. So it's like, so if everybody follows the same editing tutorials, yeah, their editing styles are going to be kind of similar.
people are like, oh yeah, this is how I accomplish this effect, this is how you do it, this is the software I use, etc., etc. It's not a big deal. I've seen many creators collaborate in this way. I've even reached out to creators myself as somebody who's more of a streamer. I've seen like cool effects be done in people's
Felt that.
streams. I'm like, yo, how do you pull that off? I want to be able to do that too. And it's not a problem. Nobody feels like anybody's stealing or anything like that. It's just kind of like, hey, you want to know how to do this? Oh, sure. Let me go ahead and I'll show you how to do this. Let's go ahead and zoom out since I had to zoom in on that image. So there's the email there. Also went in my
Also, who the fuck reads emails, am I right? It's like the worst form of communication, I'm sorry.
Discord server to try and get more to cop the style. So again, really insisting that, oh my god, they're stealing my format, they're stealing my style, even though this is something that like lots of people have done, as you'll see in a bit.
This is like
So
fine
this
rose
is
level
Danny
shit.
MD. I believe this is the editor for Legal Eagle.
Oh,
Am I allowed to post a video essay I made that was inspired by Blair's channel, or is there like no self-promotion?
So, okay, so somebody was inspired by her editor's editing style, and then what? And then that's a problem, I guess.
Also, is there any way I can talk to one of the video editors? I edit for Legal Eagle and I wanted to know how they did a specific effect. Someone responds with, you have to be level 2 to post links. Then the best place for that would be advertise yourself. And then the Danny person says, and about talking to the editing team, I've emailed in the past but got no response, so I figured I'd try here. So just... again, trying to find a way to contact someone and ask for some honest advice on, hey, how do you do this editing effect? And that's harmless. There is literally nothing wrong with this whatsoever, but of course...
I can't imagine gatekeeping After Effects plugins or like some whatever editing techniques. It's like, okay, if you don't want to give people tutorials, that's fine, but who the fuck cares? It's like all you have to do is say, I don't feel like giving you a tutorial. Sorry, lol. That's all you have to do. It's like, yeah, I mean, I would probably do the same thing because I'm fucking lazy.
Of course, Iilluminaughtii has to make a big deal about this.
Wait, Iilluminaughtii doesn't even edit her own videos, does she though? Right? Like she has an editor. So why is she getting mad about this?
So here's an example of the effect in question.
It doesn't even look the same. Oh my god.
Let me go ahead and open these images up in a new tab so we can go ahead and take a look at these. So this is the effect that she uses in her video. It's
I will say though, hers looks nicer. It's like got like a 3D effect to it.
sort of like this paper tearaway thing, and then I guess you would have text underneath here. And here's the version.
But this one looks more like something you would see on a... Like, this one's also good. This is more of like a cartoon type of... Like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know, I like them both. They're both pretty good.
That Legal Eagle did. So this is what she says is stealing. Basically, anybody using this, like, paper...
Yeah, oh god, oh no, somebody used a thing where it was... This isn't even, like, a difficult, like... Or complicated editing technique. Unless it's, like... Unless there's something moving. But, like, I could literally just... Whatever. I could do this easily in a video.
Tearaway effect with text underneath and something to kind of like
this isn't like some complex editing technique. This is basic shit. Like, I could do this without like having a tutorial. I mean, I've never done this effect specifically, but I could easily do it. Like, I know maybe my methodology for doing it would be different, but it still
represent what you're talking about, right? This is what she's referring to. I have literally seen countless YouTube videos use similar effects. I've seen countless documentaries
Yeah, literally, this is like not that uncommon to see in like a video essay.
by mainstream media use similar effects. She does not
I don't know if I've seen this in mainstream media, but I don't really watch mainstream media, so I guess I can't really talk.
own the exclusive rights to these effects, and yet she's on
What? You mean that she doesn't exclusively own the rights to publicly available Adobe After Effects plugins? Oh my god!
Twitter making a big deal, having a big cope session over this, and this is not her property. This is something that a lot of people have done, right? Here's another example.
Wait! I see this everywhere! This is not like... this is not like... I'm sorry, but what? This is mind-boggling. What? Because it's got like the blur around it, the blur radius, and it's like at an angle where it's like showing the text. Okay. I've seen this in... I don't remember the last time I saw like a well-edited video essay that didn't have that at least once. Like you see this in like the right opinions type videos. I think maybe, or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I've seen it in like every fucking video essay, I swear. I don't know how to do this effect, to be honest. I could probably figure it out though. I don't think it's that hard. I mean, fuck, I see it in like I've seen it in like how to grow your YouTube channel style videos.
Well, some more examples of other things that she claims are her own and they stole from her, okay? Check this out. We have an example of like what appears to be some kind of article or some kind of text. It's kind of got like a 3D-esque effect to it, and the text is highlighted, right?
Oh, it must have been the highlighting. That's where the problem. That's what the problem was. It was the highlighting.
This is her, right? And here's the Legal Eagle example of something very similar. She's claiming she owns that. This is something.
Yes. Oh, yes, guys. Iilluminaughtii invented highlighting text. She owns the copyright to highlighting text in videos.
Something that yet again I have seen other YouTube channels do.
I don't even know if I've watched a single Iilluminaughtii video, or if I have, it was years ago and I don't remember it. I'm sure I have, because I watch video essays, but I don't think that I don't think she was even close to being the first one to do this.
Lots of creators do video essays similar to Iilluminaughtii, and like they've done this particular effect too.
But Iilluminaughtii doesn't even edit her own videos, right? Or does she? I don't know anything about her, but like it doesn't seem like it from what I'm hearing here.
I've seen mainstream documentaries and news organizations do the same thing. She does not own this.
Yeah, I'm sure all the news Oh my god, the camera's being annoying. Oh my god, hold on. I need to turn it off for a second. Okay, we can turn it back on. As I was saying, yes, I'm sure that all of the I'm sure all of the news organizations are stealing the effect from Illuminati's YouTube videos.
I think it's insanely ridiculous that you would even attempt to say that she owns these effects and they're being stolen from her. But again, this is Illuminaughtii and she's insanely ridiculous. And to be honest, I wouldn't have believed any of this was trying to replicate my videos, if not for the email and Discord stuff that was done preemptive to their video coming out. So she was probably...
Okay, so they asked for video editing advice. It wasn't given to them. And then they asked somebody else for the same video editing advice, or they looked up a tutorial on YouTube or figured it out on their own. I don't see what the issue is. What, huh? How is that like a bad, like, okay, maybe your editing style isn't really that special if it's that easy to copy. Like, come on. Yeah.
being rude and basically like, oh no.
It's like, oh, there were two effects that were kind of similar.
I'm not going to respond to this. I'm not going to give them my format because she thinks it belongs to her.
This
or
is
maybe
like, what the Fine
the
Bros
editors
did.
are like, hey, this person from Legal Eagle is reaching out to us to try and like, basically do something similar to what we do. Are you okay with this? And she's like, no. Don't give them our acting like it's a fucking trade secret. Like, dude, it's a pretty common editing style. It doesn't belong to you. You aren't the trademark or copyright holder of this editing style.
Yeah, no, this is literally like this is so stupid. Like, what this reminds me of, at least in my personal experiences, I used to make Minecraft PvP montages, right? And I was known for having really good renders. And I had a specific blur config that I basically didn't really share with anyone other than a select few, where it was really good for making footage that was recorded in lower FPS look like it was resampled from higher FPS than it was recorded in, and doing it in a way that doesn't have artifacts, aka like basically just like shit you don't want, right? Like smearing or whatever, like having it like blurry in ways that you don't want. I never shared it with anybody other than a select few, but I wouldn't be mad if somebody accidentally stumbled upon the same settings and then released it. It's like, okay, fair enough. You figured it out. I'm not like, what? Okay, you figured out, you did trial and error and you figured out what I was doing. Okay, well, cool. What I was doing must not have been that special.
They asked for your help, you didn't provide it, and so they found another resource to help them achieve it. Like, holy shit, this is insane. Like, talk about, can I copy your homework? Yeah, but just make it a little different, shaking my head. Only Iilluminaughtii would make a big deal about something like this. Now, Legal Eagle, being the professional that he is, he could have easily been an asshole about this whole situation. Because at the end of the day, she's trying to accuse him of
Yeah, I would have been an asshole. I know that's for sure.
Copying, which is something that under certain circumstances is really frowned upon in the YouTube community. We've seen situations where people have plagiarized stuff, and it's really resulted in...
I feel like, to be fair, though, it's kind of hard to take that seriously. Like, I don't know. I might assume that it's satire, like, at first glance.
Like, their reputation being ruined. How many of you guys remember the IGN Philip Mewson situation? That situation was a disaster, especially since when he claimed, oh, I've never plagiarized anyone, and I challenge you guys to find more examples of me supposedly plagiarizing people, and they actually looked into it and found more examples. So, like, it's one of those things where, like, this could be really damaging. This is a very damaging accusation to make. But Legal Eagle, rather than getting upset, he's the consummate percent.
I don't know. I feel like I don't think it's damaging on the basis of Iilluminaughtii just looking stupid. Like, even without context, she looks dumb. It's like, unless you've never watched a video or TV before. I mean, that's the only way that someone might potentially think that she's in the right. I don't know.
Professional. So let's see what Legal Eagle had to say about it. Hey, Iilluminaughtii, I think this is a big misunderstanding. Perhaps great minds think alike.
Okay, yeah, he seems like he's being chill.
No one on my team is trying to copy you. With an exhaustive review of your channel, I believe we used these two styles before your channel did. We've used them for 3 to 4 years. So even Legal Eagle is saying that they've already been using these editing styles in the past. This is not something new to their content.
Ooh, maybe. Okay, my guess then is that maybe Legal Eagle has like gone through multiple editors, and maybe his old editor used that, but his new editor just like wasn't like sure how to like do that effect. So then like they were just like asking like, hey, how do you do this effect to people they've seen do it. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
That they need to seek out a...
So basically I mean, in a sense, they're probably copying old Legal Eagle videos and their editing.
Illuminati for editing advice on or anything like that. They've already been doing this, okay? Plus the two styles, a pseudo paper rip and a highlight.
Yeah.
Are extremely common on YouTube. Not even on YouTube. As I mentioned before, I've watched like, the news cover different topics and like they'll be like highlighting like legal documents in the same way or something like that.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, they definitely would highlight. I don't know. I don't think they use like the aesthetic like 3D effect, but they definitely highlight. But I don't think they like care that much about like the aesthetic as much, or like they do, but like not in the same way. It's not like an artsy sort of like, ooh, this is visually pleasing. It's like here's like the thing. Go, yes, now you're looking at the thing. Now you're not, right?
I've seen documentaries that have done it before in mainstream media. I've seen movies use similar effects. This is not a...
I don't think I've seen a movie use that effect, to be honest. I mean, maybe there is one. I don't know. Maybe I just don't watch enough movies or something.
new effect that it is exclusive to Illuminati's content. Okay, like these are very common things.
What do you mean? You mean you know, I don't know, man. I think that all of these massive like corporations are actually copying their favorite YouTuber, their favorite YouTube video essayist, Illuminaughtii. That's yeah, okay.
Okay.
They were specifically looking for the exact same Adobe After Effects plugin, I'm sure.
So I mentioned how it's pretty common on YouTube. The editor you're talking about didn't even design either of those two elements. Again, we've used them for 3 to 4 years at this point. Danny is a great...
Yeah, so it is they've gone through multiple editors, because yeah, if it was designed by a different editor, then yeah, they've got okay.
Thorough editor.
So
when
I was
he
right.
reached out via email, he was just hoping to find out what plugin your team used on a particular video. A very common practice among creators. This is true. Like, a lot of editors in the community will share editing techniques. Creators who edit their own videos, they'll share editing techniques with each other. I specifically remember, back when John Swan was a part of, like, the commentary community, John Swan would share editing techniques with other creators.
Yeah, I don't, wait, why do people, okay, wait, what did John Swan do again? Didn't he, like, lie about something? I genuinely forgot why people hate him. I know I didn't like him. I don't think, I mean, I did until he got exposed for something, but I don't even remember. Man, I used to care way too much about YouTube drama. Holy shit. It's like, I forgot these people even existed, but I do remember John Swan was pretty good at editing. He was pretty good.
Nicholas Diorio and him would swap editing techniques with each other.
Oh yeah, Nicholas Diorio, he's also good at editing. I forgot about that. Yeah. Does he still post?
Like, this is not an uncommon thing. Like, lots of creators and editors do this. He was not looking to copy anyone's style. Danny is also a freelancer who makes his own videos. In the Discord, the video he referenced was about being inspired by your subject matter, not your style.
It seemed like it was about the style, but alright, I don't know. I mean... either way, it's a dumb thing to be mad about, right?
He's a fan of yours. The video he was referencing was a...
Yeah, that what a great way to treat your fans, right? Who are inspired by your content. Yeah, wow, what a pleasant person. I'm sure Illuminaughtii is really fun at parties.
Video of his own, not a legal eagle video. And this does seem to, like, back it up, because, like, he was basically talking about promoting one of his own videos in the Discord server, so that makes sense.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
That's for sure. Here's the end of the conversation. What? Blair edited something out of context? Color me shocked. Here's the end of the Discord chat that Danny provided me. He was trying to edit a video of his own using only DaVinci Resolve.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I could see why you would ask for technical help if you're using a different editing software, right? Because that's what it, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, cropping that out is dishonest. So it's not even that they don't even know how to do the effect. It's they know how to do the effect, but not on DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so, I mean, yeah, that would be like, yeah, I mean, I use Vegas Pro 17, that doesn't mean I know how to do everything I can do there on DaVinci Resolve. Okay, well...
That's editing software, for those of you guys who don't know. He was just looking for some technical help, and then thanked everyone anyway. And here's the rest of it. And about talking to the editing team, I've emailed in the past but got no response, so I figured I'd try. This isn't really the place for that. This is just to ask questions about the server, as the mod team isn't really involved into editing. The editing team are busy people. It's true, very busy. Oh, well, thanks for the help anyway. So they weren't even rude about it. They were just like, hey, let me ask for this tip on, like, editing.
What do you mean, Tipster? They're obviously stealing the Illuminati's copyrighted plugin for the editing software that she found that somebody else made. What are you talking about?
Or whatever. And okay, you guys can't help me out. No big deal. Thanks anyway, right? YouTube is great because it's collaborative, and the rising tide rises all ships.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. It just means more competition. I mean, if everybody produces more high quality content, then it's harder to stand out, right? Like, if I were to produce the quality of content I produce now, but, like, I time traveled to, like, 2012, I would probably be a lot larger than I currently am. Because this would be, like, fucking top-notch shit at the time, right? Like, this is better than anything people posted back then. Like, who else was popular back then? Like, Fred, fucking, Onision, Shane Dawson. Yeah, I could easily fucking...
Team and I always try to provide original, high-quality, informative content. We try to help others when they ask for it. There aren't really any trade secrets around here. Well, in the Iilluminaughtii crew, apparently there are.
Yeah, for
I didn't know
real.
that Danny reached out to you, but I don't fault him for doing so. If anything, I think everyone on the platform should be more open about sharing, and I would agree.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. For me personally, though, I'm the kind of person where it's like, I'm not gonna, like, share it with everyone, because I'm lazy. But, like, if I have, like, a friend who uses, Sony Vegas and, like, they need editing help, I can give it to them, right? Like, you know, but, like, obviously, you know, I'm not gonna, like, make tutorials or anything because I just don't give a shit. But it's like, it's not like, oh no, I can't share this with anybody, and I'll help you out, but, like, just don't tell anyone about this editing technique, okay? You're not allowed to teach other people or anything like that. It's like, if they want to make it, if they want to use my knowledge to make a tutorial, I really couldn't care less, right?
Anyway, if you feel differently or want to hash it out, my DMs are open. Okay, so basically, he responded very professionally and, you know, very civilly.
Yeah, that's a lot nicer than anything I would respond with. I would just be bullying Iilluminaughtii if I was in that position.
To this call out by Blair, which he was not obligated to do so whatsoever. She was clearly trying to hurt his reputation in the YouTube community, and he was very professional in his response, so props to him, all right? But this is not where it ends. You would think this is where it ends. Like, oh, okay, she made a stupid claim, Legal Eagle responded, it's like, whatever. No, it keeps going. Let's go ahead and let's dive into this call out by H Bomber Guy. H Bomber Guy.
Wait, oh god, H Bomber Guy, that name is familiar. I don't remember who he is, but he sounds so familiar. Fuck, I don't know.
Quote tweets Illuminauti's post and says,
it's been so long.
Just to clarify, one of Legal Eagle's editors asked one of your editors what plugin they used for a personal video they were working on for their own channel. I take plagiarism really seriously, so I'm interested in an explanation what exactly is wrong here. And that's what everybody was wondering. What's the big deal? I've seen so many big creators basically responding to Illuminaughtii like, what's the problem? I don't understand. I even seen, like, Leon Lush, for example, replying to her like, dude, like, what's the big deal? This is not an issue, right? Personally,
based Leon Lush. I forgot about Leon Lush. He makes good videos, I think. Yeah, he was pretty funny. I don't know what he's doing now. I hope he's doing well. I think he had a kid, right? I don't know. I hope his kid's doing well as yeah. I hope his kid is also doing well. And his wife. He has a wife and a kid, right?
Illuminaughtii. I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script. Uh-oh, looks like this situation backfired. Has Illuminaughtii copied somebody else's stuff while calling out someone for copying them? Seems like a bit of hypocrisy. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at this and let's...
Oh no! What the? Why is this a thing? What am I watching? Is this what commentary YouTuber drama is like? This is what I used to care about. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know this is complete cringe. I'm just like, I swear, it wasn't this stupid before, was it? Was commentary YouTuber drama always this dumb? I swear it wasn't. Like, there might have been, like, occasionally somebody really stupid outside of the commentary community doing something really dumb. Like, fucking Suzy Lou. It would be a great example. But, like, somebody that's, like, I assume Illuminaughtii is, like, in the community, at least somewhat. And, like, she does, like, video essays or, like, commentary shit, right?
Let's see exactly what she copied. Here we go.
Professor Hugh Freudenberg.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
A man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
Wow, must be just a sheer coincidence, I'm sure.
Dude, it's damn near like word for word. Damn near word.
This is like when I was a fucking teenager, and I remember I would occasionally, like, quote iDubbbz, but then, like change a few words and be like, yeah, this is totally a joke I made, guys, I swear.
Word for word.
I was a teenager, though, so it's like, it was, I guess 19 is still technically teenager, but, like, I was like, whatever, in high school, right? I was, like, 15, I think? Yeah, I was, like, whatever, 15, yeah, something like that. So, it was like, okay, at least I had, like, an excuse, right?
Word. In the first statement, there were, like, a couple things she added of her own, but, like, my God, it's basically word for word.
And by that it means, like, adding, like, a few filler words, really.
Word.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Oh boy.
Professor.
Dude, like, it's literally word for word at that point. Like, Jesus Christ. How are you going to call someone out for basically plagiarism or...
See, that's the thing, is, like, I genuinely don't care if other people, like, copy each other or whatever. Like, I couldn't care less. If people want to copy me, like, fair enough. Like, you got, you know, if you're in it for the hustle, you're in it for the hustle. You know, I respect the hustle. You know what I mean? If you gotta, you know, get content out there for that YouTube grind, right? But if you're gonna call other people out for what basically isn't plagiarism and say it's plagiarism, you better not be plagiarizing people's content if you're gonna morally grandstand over an issue that you've created in your head. I swear.
Copying your style, as she says here. And then you're gonna have, like, examples on your own channel of...
But of course, people care more about, no, actually, I guess people care about this drama as well. Actually, I don't know. None of it is worth caring about.
You stealing from other people. That's, like, that's a whole new level of, like, ignorance. Like,
hey, it's only stealing if you get caught, okay?
I don't even know how else to describe it. So, of course, as this situation kind of panned out, she's just
Is
kind
that
of, like,
Neon Caffeine?
So, of course...
My boy, Neon Caffeine, yo! That's my bro. So you gonna delete this and pretend like nothing happened instead of apologizing? Classic. From Neon Caffeine, aka Mango the Menace. That is... No, that's like... That's the thing. They're literally my bro. Like, I'm not talking, like, as in, like, internet bros. Like, I know them in real life. Like, we, grew up in the same fucking household. So, damn. based me
This
on
situation
caffeine.
kind of panned out. She's just kind of like continuing on business as usual, pretending like, oh, don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. I'm just going to move on and tweet about other things. And of course, Mango here responds with, so you're
Yo.
just going to delete this and pretend nothing happened instead of apologizing. Classic. And the original tweet here is still available. So let me go ahead
Hell
and just show
yeah.
it to you. She deleted the call out of Legal Eagle. And as far as we can tell, no apology has been given whatsoever. I mean, granted, maybe they had a conversation in private
I mean, if you delete the tweet, I mean, it basically didn't even happen. Everyone knows that that's how it works.
that we're not aware of, so that's possible.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure she privately apologized. I'm sure. Yeah.
I guess. But this is
Yeah. No. Obviously, I'm
a
joking.
pretty common tactic for Blair. Basically, get herself into some deep
I like that transition he uses. You know, maybe I should do what the person was doing with whatever Illuminaughtii or her editor or whatever, and maybe ask him, hey, yo, Tippy boy, what do you how do you do that transition during live streams? I assume he's doing it during live streams because he just posts like segments, right, from his live streams, I think.
shit over something insanely stupid she says or does.
Or maybe he doesn't do that live. I don't know. I assume it's live? I don't know. He usually does everything live.
And then once everybody calls her out for it, just delete it and pretend like it never happened. Blair, this is the internet. You've been a part of these communities long enough to know that, like, once you put something out there, it doesn't go away. You think you can just delete this series of tweets and pretend like you didn't try and ruin someone's reputation and claim
I don't know if she was trying to ruin anyone's reputation. I think that might be a little bit dramatic. I think she was being fucking stupid, though. And I do think that she's a complete moron. And, it definitely wasn't a smart thing to do. And she definitely was crying over a non-existent issue. And completely embarrassed herself. Holy shit.
that they were stealing from you. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. You made yourself look
She's just entitled and narcissistic, really.
like a fool in front of the entire YouTube community. And now you have to own it. And I think that Legal Eagle deserves an apology
Hell yeah.
for your insane and ridiculous call out. And at the end
Hell
of the day,
yeah.
those are just my opinions. What do you guys think about this whole situation? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. I always like to hear what you guys have to say.
He wants to hear what you guys have to say. Let me know in the comments below if you're watching this as a past live stream. Or you let me know in chat. I don't know. If you're watching this live. Hello, Fembro. I'm not far in the drama at all. I don't know anything about it until today. Now I kind of know about it. I've watched one Tipster video so far. Hello, Dimitri. Hello, KitKat. Hello, Hawthorne. Damn. Hawthorne, that's Hawthorne being brutal. Holy shit. Oh my god. Well, poor Tipster. What did he do to you, man? Anyways, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wow. John Swan tried to frame Dream as a racist for his bad trolling, as well as tried to smear a smaller YouTuber as a pedophile out of pettiness. Oh, yeah! I remember the Dream thing. I don't remember the small YouTuber thing. Who was the small YouTuber? I might know who they are. I might not, though. Email is the only way I communicate. Dimitri, you are a psychopath. Hello, Corey Whore. She's done way worse than overreact, saying Legal Eagle was copying her. Oh god. I'm so behind. I don't... How much lore is there? How much commentary community lore have I missed? I leave for a couple years. It's not that long. I come back and then there's just like, I don't know what's going on. How do people even join the community at that point? It's like there's so much lore you almost have to know. If you look at the Clicks vid and Wonders vid, she's a fucking monster. The Clicks vid and the Wonders vid. Oh boy. Okay. I'll just search Illuminaughtii exposed. Oh, Illuminaughtii Wonderstruck and Illuminaughtii the Click. Okay, we'll start with Wonderstruck. Wonderstruck Guy. My response. Oh my god, it's an hour long. Okay, well, here we go. Okay.
Hello, my name
Wait.
is One.
This video will be scuffed. Okay. Face cam audio. Wait, what? Okay. This video will remain monetized as to Oh, okay. Wait, what? See, okay, I don't understand this. Right off the bat, I don't even know why you would need this disclaimer. It's like, yeah, you can make money off of videos that you make. Why is that an issue? Yeah, you could. What if somebody has wronged you and you're making a response video, you should make money off of it. But sure, I don't know. It seems kind of stupid. Also, he spelled audience as audience. Not a good start, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Hello, my name is Wonder, as
Greetings
I'm
and
sure many of you know
salutations,
by
Wonder.
now. Whether you've known me in the past for my content or a friend or neither, you're probably here to watch and hear the other side of a story involving me and my former colleagues that
You better believe I am.
came out this week. I won't try to show face or sugarcoat anything in this video, as that would honestly be a disservice to myself. As you can already tell, my eyes are very much drifting off the screen. That is
Oh wow, that's not good news.
because I have put together a script so
He's reading a script.
I can kind of keep my thoughts in line. It's not to say I don't feel genuine about any of this.
But it's an hour. See, no, I have this exact same problem, by the way, where I'll write a script and then I'm somehow even more rambly. I don't even know how it happens. It just does.
It's just, I need these kind of things to keep my brain from being erratic and going anywhere. So if it looks kind of odd and like I'm looking away, that's the
This is what bullet points are for, by the way.
reason why. This type of stuff makes me highly uncomfortable, but it is something that needs to be said. A couple days ago, a creator,
What if he only has one eye? I mean, we don't know. I mean, his hair is covering the other eye.
a former
Sorry.
friend and an employer named by Blair, aka Illuminaughtii, made a video discussing a few controversial topics she'd been the spotlight of. After discussing her first two controversies in her video, she moved on towards another topic, a group channel by the name of Sad Milk.
I hope why is the milk no, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop making dumb comments now, okay?
Accusations against a former member, and lastly, me. And as you may have noticed, I take up a fairly lengthy portion of
Wow. Yeah. Oh, wow. 1 minute. Yeah. That's funny.
for video. Now, I would like to say that the beginning of the Sad Milk discussion does begin with a former member known by The Click who came forward to express his experiences with Blair and how he did not want to associate with her. Upon seeing a former member come forward, I felt the strong emotional urge to speak out on my experiences with Blair. I had kept quiet for 2 years out of fear and NDA threats.
I think we should read the tweets out loud, all right?
I want to associate with her. Upon seeing a former member come forward, I felt the
Forgive me for this being scattered, emotions and all, gotta love them, the sad milk thread, okay, yada, yada, yada.
strong
Okay.
emotional urge to speak out on my experience.
Alright. Thank you. And it took me more than half a month to even get paid. Meanwhile, she delays payments to editors so she can purchase expensive clothes, visit BMW dealerships, and spend hundreds of dollars on food in a day. While I do hold my beliefs towards a certain matters, every month or so there was a new villain of the week, and they would 1 second be a normal person in our lives, and the next second, suddenly, a hidden monster through, you guessed it, Blair's mouth. To say Sad Milk split on creative differences is a joke. It's a flat-out lie. Again, I'm aware of the bridges burned, but I can confirm that call took place where she screamed, cursed, and had a meltdown towards @NotTheClick and to @one topic at a time. It was a train wreck. Well, damn. That sucks. I don't know.
Blair. I had kept
All right. Oh, wow, there's more. It was just supposed to be a fun group project. and we had become profitable, even to a small extent. Blair wanted creative lead, and we went from doing fun creative topics, more in line with the Reddit we would all cover on our own channels, to doing unenthusiastic view content. Oh boy. Blair took control and wouldn't listen to how the videos should be made, and so we got hyper loud music with childlike sprites paired with adult humor, which just made being a part of Sad Milk humiliating. Well, damn. Wouldn't listen to how the video should be made. Hyper loud music with childlike sprites paired with... Okay. My friends and I would watch SM and laugh not at the content, but at how awful it had become. Not due to anyone not being understanding, but the lack of quality control. It was it as an editorial nightmare. It's why, in part, I stopped editing, because my really well-made content got roped into that by proxy. Well, damn.
Kept quiet for 2 years.
Blair did not care. It was hers, and anyone who dared to try and take the reins was a threat. After Click, OT, and Salty left, I did almost all of the heavy lifting, which is a thankless job for being small on the internet. I tried making us schedules. I motivated Blair during another mental breakdown of hers to not delete the channel or the Discord, since I actively read through the comments on both, and we had people who we mattered to. After months of behind-the-scenes insults towards Click and OT, it became so stale and negative. Yeah, we all took part, but after it going on so long, it just became... day after day, Blair would sit and check Click and OT's social blade. She would make fake accounts to stalk them. Damn.
Out of fear and indie.
Not just them, but a large portion of the commentary community. I've personally seen her try to get her lawyer to shut down anyone who says anything against her, and they ruined her day by saying, yeah, we can't really do anything. It's insane. It's insane. Innocent people don't work so hard to try and silence others. We would get no work done. I can't count how many times I pleaded and set up meetings for us to do something, and nobody cared. I thought I had a friend who was hurting. Then I saw I had moved to villain, quote-unquote. And like everyone else, I got shut out, trash-talked, and the people I had made efforts to be friends with wouldn't even acknowledge my existence. For me, though, I'd already moved states under good faith, and I was bettering my life.
DA threats, but seeing...
In 30 days of living with Blair, it was a nightmare. I felt like I was trapped in her home always. She makes everyone her enemy. She called wonder checking in to see if I'm okay an invasion of privacy. I sent her numerous messages trying to show I wanted to be her friend. She lives like an actual monster. Her home is a mess, like hoarder's bad. Constant subtweets about me on Twitter and ignoring me. And if I dare say anything back, her Discord manager would happily remind me of my contract. This is disgusting. Oh, wow. As you can tell, her room is very organized. Wow. That makes me feel better about my room, at least. Holy shit.
Click come forward and kind of stick his...
So my therapist, who she accuses me of stealing because she recommended... Wait, how do you steal a therapist? What? Suggested I leave that house at all costs, and I did. And the details I can't get into further because of the legalities, but I ended up with no car, hardly any clothes, and money to my name, and no home. Now working full-time again, and I had no time for my channel. I had cried, bled, and worked through hell to get up. So I watched it die, since my main concern now was just food on the table. All because I made friends with one of the most vile people on the platform. Nobody wanted to talk with me. And I was too afraid to fully go public, as I didn't know the reach this massive creator had.
His foot in that pool and that...
I had everything IRL and online taken from me. She personally threw my YouTube play button in the trash. Holy shit! Okay, that's fucked up. Oh my god. This dude had a YouTube play button, she fucking threw it away. Okay. If that isn't symbolic, man, I don't know what is. I have spent the last 2 years of my life rebuilding from the ground up due to this woman. The only difference as I get to come back stronger as a person. She doesn't. She can't take that away from everyone she is screwed over. Blair, you can't hide anymore. Sooner or later, we're going to push everyone who cared about you away, and you'd realize the world isn't out to get you. But you made your fears a reality all on your own. I'm not afraid of you. You don't get that from me anymore. Never again.
That fear allowed me the emotional strength.
I apologize for how long this thread is. I understand this place probably isn't the best place to do it, but I'm so sick of knowing all this information and never being able to say anything. Have a good day. Be well, everyone. From Wonder.
I needed to come forward with a story
Holy
of my
shit.
own. I'll have my thread up on the screen here, but as you can tell, I was initially pretty emotional. You can also find a follow-up
Holy
twit
fuck.
logger after she had made her video in the description, as well as a Google Drive where I'll be providing my evidence as presented in the video. Brought a lot of pain front and center.
Wait.
Follow-up twit logger after she had made her video.
Okay. Alright, we'll look at the twit longer, okay? Yeah. Okay, so. Apparently there's a twit longer? You know what? You know what? Nah, we'll watch the video, we'll watch the video first, and then we'll look at the twit longer, okay? Yeah.
Video in the description, as well as a Google Drive where I'll be providing my evidence as presented in the video. Brought a lot of pain front and center. One thing you might notice in my thread, and that Blair rightfully points out, is that a large portion of my thread is in fact anecdotal.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
From the one image I shared of her living conditions. A photo in which she claims I took myself in a room that was strictly off limits due to it being for unpacking. A room in which I actually never set foot in once, and an image that was sent to me showing the living conditions of the house that she was subjecting my friend to. There will be more on that later in the video. So yes, I did not provide receipts to back my claim. This is not by accident or an attempt to tell lies about my story. My first reason was so Blair couldn't pick apart my records and falsify the truth. The second reason is due to some of the information regarding the car and my employment and its repossession. Some of that information is part of a pending legal matter, and I did not want it to become front and center.
Oh shit.
Online. But since Blair has made this information
shit.
known, I will be providing receipts for that topic as well. So while initially I was
I'll try to not like you know what? I'm going into this with an open mind, even though I already dislike Illuminaughtii for the whatever the oh, you stole my editing style shit. I'm gonna go into this with an open mind. My standard of evidence, no matter what, is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So far, I don't really know anything. This is just stuff to keep in mind, to take into consideration. But, you know, none of it is proof of anything, right? We don't know yet, alright? Yeah.
anecdotal. Today
or I don't. Some people in chat might.
I'm going to show you every receipt I have that not only combats, disproves, or proves my claims, but also debunks her narrative that my friend, Oz Media, has been supporting her throughout this. I'd like to note that in Blair's video, she does not show or touch base on the majority of Oz Media's Twitter thread, unlike the Click, One Topic, and I. I'd like to keep these screenshots up for a moment for you to read at your own.
Alright, more screenshots to read. I'm so excited.
Twitter thread, unlike the Click, One Topic, and I.
Aw, yeah. I think it's time that I actually speak out on the current Twitter threads regarding sad milk in 2020 to 2021. I cannot express how scared I am to do this, the fear I have in my gut to even speak out. However, I do feel it is important to say my piece on this subject matter. Yeah, it's a mess, but the tweet threads posted by Wonder and Click and what they have stated about sad milk is the truth. I will be adding those threads below.
Keep these screenshots up for...
The whole project was a mess. From start to finish, I really wish we didn't have to do this. But the flurry of DMs I've been getting, I don't have a choice but to speak out. Blair, I'm sorry, but you have hurt me. I need to speak without being told by you, oh, I'm just the villain, I'm always in the wrong, or something along those lines. Words I have heard from you consistently. I want to be heard for once. I need to clear my mind and conscience after holding this in for 2 years. Forgive me, but it's what needs to be done. When looking at the whole of this project, it was mostly controlled and run by Blair. Her main worry was that, because of her, in her words, lack of personality, she felt as though her contribution to Sad Milk needed to be managerial bureaucracy behind the scenes to justify her presence.
For a moment for you to read.
Oh boy. This led to a defensive approach when anyone would attempt to assist with the nitty-gritty behind the scenes, despite her claiming that no one wanted to help her. One of the factors she claims to be the final nail in the coffin of Sad Milk. Blair was indeed the aggressor. She always has been. As an example of this behavior, look at the legal situation. Blair has this habit of starting fights, but will almost never publicly apologize if proven wrong. She will instead hide behind a private apology, probably, and from my perspective, act as though this makes everything better. After all, she would express to me that admitting error would only make her look stupid and weak. No, what she did, and no, not admitting to it is what made her look stupid and weak. I'm sorry. All right, let's continue.
At your own discretion. There will also be a link.
This will be followed by her blocking people on Twitter, silencing her detractors through YouTube channel bans, deleting comments, and putting her accounts on the down low to prevent interaction. For example, on Sad Milk, she would blacklist former collaborators from being mentioned, but manually approve hateful comments towards them, which in my opinion were specifically ones which instead praised her or the remaining members, including me. This is her MO. It has been for the 4 years that I've known her. It actually perfectly ties into how we first met and began to be on speaking terms in April of 2019.
Link to it down below. I believe when you want people to know...
Sad Milk was very much like this. At the first sign of dissonance, her response was to have me confront OT and Click with this list of talking points in an attempt to show them just how wrong they were, which I accepted. This brings me to, well, me. What is missing from both Click and Wonder's threads is the fact that I acted as Blair's front runner. Anything Blair needed to say went through me first, essentially act as a spokesman. This was actually a common factor in our relationship. I would always act as a filter to keep her out of drama or saying things which would be seen as offensive or kindle for a larger fire. I stopped doing this in January. This does not excuse me from protecting her for this long, but it is the truth.
Know the truth and form opinions of either side.
I could take the approach and say I was manipulated, which perhaps I was, but I still knew what I was doing was wrong. I always did, and it always hurt. It left a huge black mark on my spirit and my ability to feel comfortable in my own skin. I had moved to Colorado, got a house, and lived with her at the time. She was in my life every day, and I would hear these theories and villainous explanations directed at anyone who wronged her, quote unquote. It was hard to avoid, let alone not fall for them. I believed it was my responsibility to protect my friend from something that, in my view, was clearly hurting her, something that I felt was eating at her and making her daily life worse. Things which, in hindsight, could have been solved with a conversation, but she was unwilling.
You should come forward with both stories. It's why I don't...
I have learned since then, through both self-reflection and conversations with old friends, just how much I was, unintentionally, hopefully, used. There, of course, is more, much more than I could ever hope to cram into this stupid fucking Twitter thread that I know I'm going to get angry DMs and phone calls over. Blair, I need you to know that you hurt me more than you realize. I know you're scanning this and having your team read over it, maybe even looking at sending me a legal threat as you parade around to do so. But I want you to apologize for once in your life and take accountability. Please, Blair, you would rather paint the world red than admit you have fault.
Harbor any hatred or resentment towards anyone who holds a negative opinion of me after watching your video. I've been there. I've done that. We all have probably done that once or twice on the internet. It's literally the internet. And even after this, if you don't like me or agree with me, I have a personal bias, obviously, because it involves me, but I'll respect your opinion nonetheless. But before I say anything, I'd like to state a few things. Something else that I believe is very important. Whether you hate someone or not, to bring up someone's personal mental health as an arguing point is quite frankly a low blow. And it's not your story to tell. If anyone's going to explain my mental health, it is personally going to be me. You can argue I was doing the same when I revealed the state of her home, but I'd like to note that Blair has a dog named Casper that suffers from a disease known as pica.
Wait, what is pica? Casper is being discussed due to Blair making mention of my dog, James, which we'll touch base on later in the video. Damn.
Mentioned on numerous times that she takes care of a special needs dog. I'll have the definition here on the screen, but essentially it's a disorder where a dog grows anxious at times and eats random objects. This is not a safe environment for a dog.
Oh, shit.
To live in. Before I speak further, I'd like to provide a trigger warning involving the topics of pedophilia and harms towards children.
Oh boy, I'm so excited.
You may click off or head to the timestamp provided on screen. I will not be going in depth on the allegations against Click. Click has made a very thorough video which you can find in the description below if you'd like to watch, where he disproves these rather disgusting claims made towards him. But a personal question I would like to ask. If Blair had the information and documented evidence on a Discord server that, as she depicted, cultivated files. And truly believe this, why did she wait 3 years to come forward? Why did she allow the click on Sadmilk or play games with him in the free time? Why did she put a link for help for anyone affected by such actions of child grooming, yet didn't use her platform to speak up on a server and creator that is active to this day? If she were to argue a fear of retaliation, what is the reason? She makes content bringing light to the horrors of companies pretty much every week. Arguably, if she knew this was ongoing, knew the extent, and then said nothing, she would have arguably by proxy been responsible for any further victims in such a server. One more subject I'd like to touch base on is the call that took—
I mean, not entirely, but yes. Obviously, the people that would actually be grooming, if that was what was happening in the situation, would be mostly responsible. But yes, it would be wrong to not report on that and pretend like everything is fine, especially if you're endorsing it for years.
Took place between Blair, OT, and the Click, and a Reddit post that I made following their departure. I was indeed present for this call. This was a meeting designed to iron out the differences and tension in Sadmilk, as not only did our audience deserve it, but we as friends deserve it to ensure our friendship lasted. During this call, Blair began to become highly irritable and raised tensions where they did not need to be raised. I'd like to clarify that OT did not speak over her out of disrespect, but out of a minor Discord delay.
Holy shit. Okay, so...
To which she said, and I quote, "Shut the fuck up and
Whoa.
not speak."
So, okay, yeah, let's read this. Okay, just making a ping here before I head off to Bedlands. I think we need to have another meeting in the very near future. There's quite a lot of stray opinions within the group, and I don't think our current communication is really addressing it. Today's recording was a small example of that, how different our expectations and assumptions are. This stuff I think we need to thoroughly talk through off the top of my head, what videos we want to soft transition into in the long run, how materials should be collected or distributed for videos, the vibe in recordings. It has felt very forced and unpleasant lately. Today's recording we did was spontaneous. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm illiterate. Sorry. Today's recording we did spontaneous went super well, so there is definitely hope, and I want us to find our way back to that feeling. There's probably more stuff people are thinking of, but I think this is something we're all feeling.
Over
okay.
her out of disrespect, but out of a minor Discord delay, to which she said, and I quote, "Shut the fuck up and let me talk for once." I remember it clearly. It was very nasty, and it was the first fatal blow to Sadmilk and the events that transpired and led up to today. OT, rightfully, left the call without a word at this point. Click, however, tried to remain in the call.
Okay, so, alright, before the meeting, it was, I usually make a deal of talking to everyone in teams I'm a part of to get a good understanding of the general thoughts, much easier than going directly at it in messages. Everyone is uneasy with how it works at the moment, and worried about the future of the channel. The recordings are not fun, the vibe is agitated, and communication is almost non-existent. This is not to put blame on anyone, but this is just classic team dynamics, but we need to solve it together. For example, I'm low-key ashamed to admit it because I didn't do it on purpose, but when I realized I missed that recording a few days ago, I was glad, because the last one had been so unpleasant to me that I just wanted to bail and take a break. Well, god damn.
And mitigate his intentions were for the betterment of the group, but Blair kept berating him. I have never heard Click, a very extroverted and talkative man, remain so quiet. I know I'm trying to read this off a script, but if I only had one way to describe this call, it was a very dark call. OT departed.
I really wish I could hear the call. Okay. Hey fam, I've had a quick chat with Oz. Oh, this is from One Topic at a Time. I've had a quick chat with Oz, but I want to share with you the details. I've decided to step away from Sadmilk. Sadmilk is an excellent project, one that I've loved participating in and making friends through. I genuinely care for each of you, and it's hard to recognize when things are fundamentally not working despite trying to push through it. I have done my best to adapt myself, my voice, and presence, and my humor around what you all will find works in a video, and I've done my absolute, and then it's cut off. Well, damn.
In the following days. After
oh, there we go. Well, that addresses it being cut off. I've done my absolute best to be the voice of reason when big things are changing or we need someone to prepare bad news, but the level of involvement I've had is not sustainable, and progressing further into this way is continuing to be unhealthy for me, both publicly and privately. Currently, I will be stepping away from Sadmilk. I don't have public messaging planned as any change, such as someone leaving, can make people feel like a project is on a rocky footing, and I don't want my personal exit to be the cause of yet more drama. I love you all, and I need to do this for my sake. I love what we've done so far, and I know you can take this further. OT. Okay, that seems reasonable.
After this, Click departed.
Okay, hey friends, I have taken... This is from the Russian guy again. I have taken this last week to think things through thoroughly. I realized during the past time, and especially during this Monday meeting, that a lot of priorities and ideas for Sad Milk have shifted. It is always fun to see a project move forwards and see your friends be invested and creative. However, I also felt like I was in the minority in the meeting. And that is perfectly okay. Everyone doesn't have to agree on everything or do the same things. With all these changes, Sad Milk is heading in a direction that I simply cannot follow at the time. You may have noticed around my other platforms that I have decreased my width and activity in many places, such as the podcast, my ASMR channel, I stream less, etc. I realized that my life was getting incredibly isolated, where sometimes I didn't see another human for 3 days in a row, and I didn't leave the house being the extrovert I am.
From Sad Milk as well. How do you
Oh boy, oh, I gotta read some more. This is gonna take hours, isn't it? And that is perfectly okay. Everyone doesn't have to agree on everything or do the same things. With all these changes, Sad Milk is heading in a direction that I simply cannot follow at this time. You may have noticed around my other platforms that I have decreased my width and activity in many places, such as the podcast, my ASMR channel, I stream oh wait, fuck, I already read that, I'm sorry, I'm so stupid, oh my god. Oh god, oh no, I'm sorry. Hence, I can't ride with you on the current path. Sad Milk is on. I wish the best for your channel, and it has been a blast to do something like this with like-minded people. I still do consider everyone here close friends, and I look forward to talking with you guys in DMs or other servers. I don't plan on having any public announcements made. Just let it fade smoothly with the new style of content that might actually happen naturally. Love you all deeply, and thank you for letting me partake in this project. Okay, so it seems like everybody feels the same way. Oh wait, no. I don't want captions on. Sorry, wait. Shut up!
Megan's members grew confused about this, so she took to Reddit to falsify a narrative which you can read on screen.
Okay, let's see. I would actually like to clear this up. The only thing the Milkmen did, any of them as a whole, was show up to a recording that I had to create a schedule for, say funny words, and then upload their audio to a drive that I manage. I did all post collation. Oh my god, I'm illiterate, sorry. Either Iilluminaughtii is bad at writing or I'm illiterate. It's one of the two. Alright, I'm sorry. Yeah, alright, let's continue, alright. Alright, where were we? Yeah, okay, I manage the channel and its uploads, schedules, and meetings, and the thumbnails, the ideas for the videos, all of Sad Milk's finances, taxes, paying all of the freelancers, managing the Discord server and all its social media. I want to make it perfectly clear that the most any of the milkmen had to spend on Sad Milk was 2.5 hours a week. I spent closer to 30. Okay. Why do I find that really hard to believe? I mean, that is what it says here in this at the end of that first paragraph, but I don't know. I find that hard to believe, but we'll give her the benefit of the doubt for now, okay? Oh boy. I do not want the work I did to continue to not be belittled by a false narrative. I do that in addition to doing it with 5 other channels in college for my master's degree, caring for a chronically sick special needs puppy who has my whole heart. Yeah, caring for them by having the fucking clothes on the floor. Okay, yeah, you really care. And like all the shit on the floor, the dog is gonna try to eat because of its disorder. Unless I'm misinterpreting something, or I mean, maybe he lied about that. I don't think he did. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll have to see more evidence. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of times when videos like this come out and people get exposed for things, even if it's somebody that's like not a great person, like if it's somebody like, okay, yeah, we all know that Iilluminaughtii is a fucking dumbass. I mean, her own tweets made it very clear. She was basically screaming, "Hey everyone, I'm fucking retarded. Did you know that?" With the whole legal situation. But, you know, it's always good to, you know, give everyone in the situation the benefit of the doubt, even if it's contradictory narratives, to assume best case scenario for everybody at the same time. Treat everyone like they haven't done anything wrong until they have undeniably done something wrong, I think is the best approach, right? That's my opinion, right? So, I mean, for all we know, maybe she comes out and debunks it. I mean, maybe not. I don't know yet.
I joined in.
Oh, wait, no, I was gonna read the rest of it. I'm sorry.
Well, audience members grew confused about this. Arda did not help us enumerate.
Wait, no, did I accidentally skip ahead on... Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I'm stupid. I asked for help, and the only people that stepped up to the plate were Damien, Osmedia, and Wonderstruck. When I said I needed help, that is what started the fight, and I got left out in the cold by those three. They left in the middle of the night, and I woke up, not even a DM, but a message in the Milkmen chat of them leaving. Okay.
I joined in as well.
Also, a lot of the, her, like, talking about, like, her being overworked, I feel like that probably is legitimate. Like, she probably does overwork herself, but, like, that's, I don't know. Some of it is probably self-inflicted. Some of it is probably, okay, these are the circumstances she's in. She really wants to do a lot of this shit, even though she can't. And I think that she's mentally ill. That's what I've concluded, is she's mentally ill, and I feel bad for her. She's definitely overworking herself. And I think ultimately what she needs to do here is just stop being a control freak. That's what it seems like she's doing. She's overworking herself. She's not letting people help out. She's micromanaging. Now, does that make her a bad person? Not necessarily, but, you know, she is micromanaging. It's a problem. That's how I interpret this, all right? That's what it seems like, because if you're working that much, you're doing something wrong, right? You're working hard, not smart, you know? It's like... And I'm guessing that there's a lack of communication in this situation, and that, okay, you know, she wants help, but only in certain ways and sometimes, but she never communicates when she does. She just wants people to read her mind. Situations like these happen all the fucking time, all right? It's a whole thing. Let's read the next thing. I asked for help, and oh wait, we already read that part. What they did to me and the channel was cruel. I'm not friends with them. Click saying the N-word, the R-slur, and the F-slur had nothing to do with why they left, and if I had seen those videos sooner, it most certainly would have been a reason. That is who gives a shit? That is disgusting, and I am happy I am no longer with friends who said those things and couldn't even say I'm sorry in his apology. Dude, dude, this is why I constantly talk about how, like, I don't give a shit if people say the N-word. It's like, I couldn't care, as long as you're not saying it derogatorily, I couldn't care less. I also have, like, a pass when it comes to the retard word and the faggot word, because I am both of those things, so, like, you know, it's like, on the off chance that, like, this is, like, career ruining, it's like, well, but I also am retarded and a faggot, so I'm allowed to say both those words, so it's like I can please both sides at the same time, you know. I can please the edgier crowd, because really that's it's my sense of humor, right? Like, I let's be real, I'd probably say some shit if I wasn't a part of the certain groups, right? I would say the word retarded even if I wasn't fucking autistic, right? So, you know, but like, I don't morally grandstand like this. This is just pathetic. This is what I mean when I say people are making the left look bad, because when people think of the left, this is the type of shit they think of. They don't think of me when they think of well, maybe they think of, like, my visual aesthetic, or, like, trans people or whatever, but, like, in terms of the actual rhetoric, they think of fucking this shit, okay? They think of this shit. Oh, no, somebody said the word retarded. Oh, what will we ever do? Oh, I will know, if I had known that they did this, I wouldn't have even been friends. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're grandstanding, you're virtue signaling, you probably don't actually give a shit behind the scenes, okay? You don't actually care, which is good. You probably shouldn't care. Like, no one gives a shit.
Well, on this, I explained how those who departed did not help us in numerous ways, and that it all fell onto us.
Okay, we have more to read, okay? More to read. I can personally... Wonderstruck responded, saying, I can personally verify this as well. I had asked former members for help in gathering content, and had been told by such members it is up to Blair and should be Blair's job, which was never how it was supposed to be. The weight was not distributed equally, and when a change was set up for us to have a fair workload, people bounced. The remaining milkmen have and will continue to carry the passion and drive we hold for this channel. We care about those nearly 200k fans who find comfort / joy / laughter / entertainment in our videos, and we hope to grow this even further. I mean, so far it seems like everybody's being at least somewhat reasonable. I understand where everyone is coming from. It seems like a lack of communication. All right, maybe she does some egregious stuff that proves his narrative that he set up earlier. Right? I'm not saying his narrative is wrong, right? But this is just my interpretation based on the actions I have seen from Iilluminaughtii herself. She seems like she's not the sharpest tool in the shed, okay? And she also seems like she's not very communicative, okay?
I'd like to point out that I directly lied on this post. Click one topic.
Holy shit, okay. He directly lied on this post. Alright, I don't know how I feel about that. Okay. This is gonna make his narrative a lot more difficult to get across, like, even if he's right, you know, because it's like, oh, well, now that it's, because, like, people could interpret that, and I'm not saying they will. It seems like everyone is siding with him, but, like, it could be interpreted as, oh, so now that it's convenient for your argument, now you're saying, oh, well, I lied before so that you're consistent and people can't use this against you. Now, I don't know much about the situation. I'm going into this with an open mind, all right?
And the others did in fact assist in Sandmilk greatly, but they were growing increasingly frustrated and burnt out as what had started as a fun project of friends had turned into a content farm. We were trying to cram recordings in, take time out of our lives, and make content we didn't enjoy at this point. Where this reached its climax of enough is enough was when members would take time out of their day to show up to recordings upon their own busy channels and lives, only to find video and audio recordings of entire Sandmilk episodes had been deleted due to quote-unquote not being good enough. I believe.
Okay, that's fucking retarded. Holy shit. If you're gonna farm content, like, you should not be deleting stuff, okay? Even when it comes to my, like, worst videos or whatever, like, videos from years ago, like, I will not delete or private or even unlist them unless there's something, like, egregiously bad, right? Like, if there's, like, I don't know, I'm like, if, like, there's something, oh, I don't know, man, this might be able, someone could use this to dox me or some shit, I don't know. I haven't unlisted a video in no, I did unlist one video recently. Or no, I privated it. I don't remember. But it was like I have a reason behind it, but it was not because, like, there was anything wrong with the content. It's like, oh, you know, I don't know if it's a good video to have up. But not for my sake, but it just I don't even know how recent that. Whatever. All right. So yeah, these are the. All right, whatever.
This context is needed and sheds much needed light on a post I made out of malice towards my former colleagues. I believed Blair had my best interest at heart and was being thorough with me. I have since been proven that this was far from the case. It's time we set the record straight on the matter. As stated before, my name is Wonder, and this is my response to Blair's Iilluminaughtii Exposed. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear both sides of the story. In Blair's video, she mentions how she bore the brunt of a lot of the behind-the-scenes works to Sandmilk due to nobody stepping up to the plate to support her.
I feel like there might be some truth to that, but it might be because she's bad at communicating, right? Like, either that or, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe other people weren't good at communicating, but if it's her thing, and she's, like, the one managing it, she has to be good at communicating, and that doesn't mean micromanage, okay? That doesn't mean work harder, it means work smarter. That's the whole point of a collaborative channel. It's to work smart, not hard. But if you don't communicate, you're working harder and dumber. That's just how it works.
Specific issue she brought to the table in particular.
Like that's the that's the reason that you know, and like if you're not able to keep up with posts on multiple channels, that's why you can just halt or like postpone one of your projects. That's not that big of a deal. Like, yeah, sure, it was sad for me to like postpone the Femcast podcast, which is a really cool idea, but I intend on continuing it in the future. But like right now, I'm making I'm doing live streams as podcast content instead because I'm trying to grow this channel first because I want to get 4,000 hours of watch time here and 1,000 subscribers here. I can't divert that attention away from, oh my god, I'm lagging. I can't divert that attention over to a different channel, right? It's like, you know, maybe in the future that'll be helpful, and then those channels will help grow each other, right? But like, you know, I'm trying to make this channel a large like field of content. You know what I mean? I want it to be one of those channels where there's so many videos on it and they're all good quality and you can just binge watch, okay? I want to be bingeable, all right? I already am like that to an extent, right? Especially with the live streams. Like, there's already hours of content, but fuck, I watch all of my own live streams, so it's like, it's obviously not infinite, but I want it to seem infinite. I want there to just be so much content. You can't even watch it all, you know? But you can watch it all, right? It's like, that's my goal. Because if I have such a large channel that you can watch as much content of mine as you want, like, come on, that's so cool. I don't know, there's something about it that just hits different, you know?
Particular was late payments on behalf of the contracted.
The fact of the matter, I'm sorry for going on a tangent, but the fact of the matter is, if the workload is too much, just take a break. You can halt the project, or fuck, you can make somebody else in charge of it. And if nobody wants to step up, then fuck, I guess it's a dead project for now. Okay, it's not like the channel will be dead forever, right? Like, if you want to bring it back, you can bring it back. I don't think that the YouTube algorithm would, like, kill it permanently, right? It's like, okay, maybe some of the, because the way the YouTube algorithm works is it treats every video as, like, its own individual video. Now, obviously, larger creators are going to have an advantage from whatever their dedicated fan base, like, which is, you know, on its own might not be enough for them to make money, but, like, they have an advantage in that, like, okay, this sends YouTube data that there is an audience, like, a decently sized audience for this type of content. And then, you know, and then they'll start suggesting it to other people, and etc. But this happens with small creators. Okay, you want to know the reason why I haven't really had any videos blow up yet? It's not because I'm a small creator. I just haven't made the right video yet. You know what I mean? I just haven't made the right video. And the only way for me to blow up is not for me to continue posting the same content over and over again and to be repetitive. I mean, sure, I might do a little bit of that, but it's to get better at what I do, right? I mean, you see me stream quite frequently, and the progression is, well, slow, but very apparent, right? I'm getting better at talking off the cuff and not being super awkward and saying things of value, right? And finding the right ratio of how much do I read chat, right? In fact, I'm gonna read chat right now, right? Like, so yeah, anyways. So, I'm gonna read chat, alright. They are long but if you look at Click's vid in one, oh yeah, they're long but informative. It was this YouTuber named Cammy. Femios doesn't know about the sad milk side of things. No, start with the Click. Well, shit. All right, I'll watch the Click. My bad. All I know is that the purple triangle-headed girl used to be a friend with the Click. What on earth happened? I'd start with the Click video first, but either works. All right, yeah, I'll go to the Click video. Femios is skipping through so much drama. Oh my god, he's not gonna know what the fuck all of this is. Yeah. It's fair use to add commentary to other people's video. IDK how this, or is it fair use? Yeah, it is fair. What I'm doing is fair use, yeah. Yes, commentary is fair use by default. Haven't been invested in a while. Still not just here for commentary. Yeah, exactly. See, well, and that's one of the reasons why I feel like even though I don't give a shit about the drama, I'm in the best position to give a shit about it, right? To give my take, because I'm like, I feel like there are a lot of people like me who just aren't aware of the drama, right? You know, and maybe they need someone like me who also isn't aware, who can empathize with that, right? Somebody who can give a fresh perspective, who doesn't really know what's going on, and can be like, I don't know what's going on, and then you don't feel bad about also not knowing what's going on. And if you do know what's going on, you get to make fun of me for being stupid and not knowing what's going on and having a bad opinion. So it works. So is this Illuminaughtii last became Bill Cipher and now has an IQ of a communist leader? Yeah, true. It's not that there's a problem. Well, I have my own issues with communism, but there haven't been any communist leaders that are actually communists. She also financially abused him? Okay, I'm gonna need to see evidence of that. Steal a therapist? Yeah, I know, that's fucking stupid. What I do know is that Illuminaughtii is fucking stupid and I don't like her at all. Whether or not she's guilty of this shit, I don't have enough evidence yet. Again, my standard of evidence will always be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, even if it's somebody I don't like, okay? Even though that's difficult for me to do. Diablo 4 isn't bad so far. I don't know anything about it. Now she has the messed up head of an Austrian painter during 1945. Very paranoid. True, this is what happens when you're, like, fucking schizo. Holy shit. Not that there's anything wrong with schizophrenia, by the way. Well, schizophrenia is bad, but, like, having schizophrenia doesn't make you a worse person, okay? I mean, but you should treat it, okay? Just saying. Hello, too much reading, sorry, Toki, I'm very sorry, but hello, welcome to the stream. So far, Wonder's side, which is good because everything I've heard over the past, well, Blair says is shit, might be a two-parter. This is a long video. Regardless, if you finish it on stream or not, it's worth a watch along with the Clicks video about her. How did many become Nanyang? I don't know. I don't personally like this slurs, but the Click said it was when he was really... Well, okay. Alright, look. There's a difference between not liking slurs and being like, hey, you know, that was kind of uncool. That was kind of cringe, you know, that... My dick retracted inside of my body when you said the N-word like that. Yeah, like that's, yeah, fair enough. I might say something similar. But to be like, I'm gonna end this friendship. I don't know. I think that's fucking stupid, right? It's like, no, you wouldn't have ended the friendship, you dumb piece of shit, unless it happened publicly, and you got called out for associating by stupid people. I'm officially cringe, guys. Look, I don't give a shit if people say the N-word, as long as they're not using it to, like, hurt people. Like, that's the thing, is it's like, I just don't care. Like, I don't know. That's my position. I don't give a shit if people say the N-word. It's like a non-issue. But apparently people are saying that, that I should watch Click's video first. So we're gonna halt this video, alright? We're gonna halt this video, and, we're gonna watch Click's video instead, alright? So we're gonna look up Illuminaughtii. Wait, what's the name? Yeah, oh my god, I hate spell. Why did you have to spell your name this way, you fucking idiot? Like, why? Why? Okay. The Click. Okay. Alright. We're, okay, Illuminaughtii and Sad Milk is what the video is called, alright?
Should I do the classic, like, YouTube address thing, like, and then I turn on the camera? No, okay, let's skip that.
Oh, boy. You gotta love it. It's a certified hood classic, okay? Alright. Here... No.
Well, good evening, Lotties, Lasses, and Lassos. Welcome to the Click. You smell amazing today. Don't let anyone else tell you.
Hey, yo, how are you? Why are you smelling me? Are you a fan of boy smell? You a fan of the femboy smell? Do you like femboy milk? I hear a lot of people do, actually. I'm sorry.
Excuse the mess. I'm in the process of upgrading my PC for streaming. I very much need to upgrade. I realize some of the PCs I have in it are like 8 years old, so...
Okay, this guy naturally talks fast, so we're gonna set it back to normal speed. Because I don't want my... Because if that might be annoying for people that watch the VOD. And if they want to watch it at 1.5 times speed, then that might be annoying, because the speed I talk at is slower than the speed he's talking at. That's what I usually base whether or not I speed up the video is. Okay, if this person talks a lot slower than me, I'm gonna speed up their video to 1.25 times speed, because I talk faster than the average person, I'd say, because I have a lot of things to say, you know?
Yeah, time flies, doesn't it? So I wasn't really planning on recording anything for a couple of days, but a situation came up that I couldn't really ignore, and I think
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
it's time I talked about it.
Also, I'm glad that you told me to start with this video, because it's only 33 minutes.
So this video is going to be a bit more scripted than usual, hence while I'm reading here, yes, I can read, to stay on topic and be as concise as possible.
How do people do this? I don't understand. How does a script make you more concise? Every time I write a script, it's so long, and if I read the entire thing, I end up recording for, like, way too long. Even when I cut parts out, it's still too long.
My intention is that this is the last address of the situation.
Whereas, okay, like, when I record my femboy destroys femboy hater videos, like, none of those are scripted. I just come up with jokes on the fly, right? And that's, you know, I'll play a clip, like, I'll basically watch it live, whether it be for the first or the second time. Usually I'll have watched part of the video, but not the whole thing. Maybe I've watched the whole thing, maybe not. And then I'll record myself watching it, so I'll be watching it, right? And then the camera will be, like, over there, right? Okay, the camera's over there. And then I'll watch it, and then I'll pause it, I'll turn, I'll make a joke, I'll keep playing it, and then I'll edit, and then I'll replace the footage of me watching the video with, like, the video itself. That's how I usually make my videos, when it comes to those videos. But scripted videos, oh my god, I'm making a scripted video, which is, I mean, sure, it's a bigger project, but at the same time, it's so long. Like, I have to condense the shit out of it.
I've gone back and forth about how I wanted to make this video, and I think it's been a long time coming. I don't...
Does this... Wait, I put it back at normal. Okay, yeah, he just talks faster than most people. He's like me.
feel great about bringing drama to my main channel, as I know that's not what people are here for. For a little bit of context, I made a thread a few days ago
Okay, is he gonna read it out loud, or do I have to read it?
outlining in rough detail where I left the old...
Alright, let's just read it out loud, okay? Oh boy, there's 16 of these. Alright. Hey peeps, I have seen the recent drama regarding Iilluminaughtii, and would like to clarify that I am not affiliated with her and haven't been for over 2 years. I left her and her collaboration group, Sad Milk, due to similar behavior, as seen in the recent events. Lashing out at friends and fans, paranoia, and generally poor anger management, to name a few. Eventually, I believe pretty much the whole group left her. The last meeting I have ever had with her, she spent half an hour, I think, hard to know, screaming at me for an array of random things, calling me a bad friend, lazy, and a bunch of random accusations. Alright. Alright, before I come to a conclusion, obviously this doesn't look good for her, and I already don't like her, so it's easy for me to jump to conclusions and be like, well, she's the common denominator here. I always think back to the Slazo situation, which I know is ages ago and no one gives a fuck about it anymore, but it's a great example. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Slazo situation was basically, because I know there's, like, new gens that are watching this, new gen commentary YouTubers who watch me, as well as, like, just people that are new to the scene or whatever, or don't care about commentary shit. It was basically a guy named Slazo, he basically had this relationship with this person a while ago. He was 16, she was 14 or whatever. And basically, long story short, she made a twit longer years after the fact. Basically, spreading false accusations about him, saying he was, like, an abuser. I think it was, like, rape accusations or some shit. Basically lying about shit. And then the entire commentary community, maybe not the entire community, but, like, everyone that spoke out was basically defending this person and trying to shit on Slazo. Okay, they canceled Slazo, and it was like, okay, well, Slazo's, like, the common denominator here. Now, in all fairness, it's not exactly the same situation, because It wasn't people sharing their own personal experiences with him. It was people backing one personal experience, or quote, that that allegedly happened, which it basically didn't really. It was basically her lying about shit, which ended up being proven. And then it turns out Slazo's innocent. Then everyone likes Slazo again, except for a few people that doubled down. It was a whole situation. But this is why I'm always skeptical, because I'm not gonna lie. I fell for that shit, okay? I genuinely believed Slazo was guilty, okay? I genuinely believed that, because it was like, well, surely they wouldn't just fucking lie about him. I mean, surely these people know more about the situation than me. I mean, I was a naive, whatever, 15, 16-year-old. I think I was like, whatever, 16. I'm like, you know, I'm Alex. I mean, sometimes he might not do all his research, but he wouldn't lie about that. You know, sometimes he's a little bit lazy, but like, he wouldn't lie about shit like that. He's not bad enough to do that. I mean, I generally had a positive opinion of the guy. So it was like, okay. But just because he seems like a nice person to me at the time, which I don't even know how the fuck I had that opinion. I mean, he fucked over Zaptai, but I didn't really know about that.
Old Sad Milk collaboration channel, partially to clarify that I wasn't associating with Iilluminaughtii anymore in more recent events and my reasoning for that. She kept getting into trouble and people kept asking me about it and kind of roping me into it. This blew up way more than what I intended and also made some other people come forward with their own stories, both in private and in public. The old Sad Milk members, old editors, ex-staff, you name it. And this whole thing blew up way more than I ever intended it to. Commentary channels picking it up, making stories, viral videos.
Hey, there's Jalen. My girl Jalen right there. Yo. Jalen, if you're watching this, hello. And then there's Cringe Sensitive Society down at the bottom. What a loser. So cringe. Anyways, I'm sorry.
It was interesting to see for sure. A channels picking it up, making stories, viral videos. It was interesting to see for sure. A response video was made
there's a
by
lot of
her,
videos,
which, among other things, dove into some pretty gnarly accusations about myself and presented a very dark picture about my morals, my Discord, and how I run things in my community. I wrote out a few different scripts for this video, some of them very long and extensive, but after some reflection I realized I don't want to drag this out. I'm not a drama channel and I don't work with hit pieces. My main grievance with Iilluminaughtii wasn't necessarily the behavior that made me leave. It's in the past and she lost many friends over it. I think...
Okay, so right off the bat, the reason that I feel like this guy might be trustworthy and why I'm willing, oh God, but I just don't want, man, I hate the idea of taking somebody's word for it, but it's like, if he's not a drama channel, and like, I mean, to be fair, if you say you don't want to make a video, that doesn't necessarily mean you don't. It's like, okay, well, maybe there's an exception, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I don't know. He seems like he's speaking in good faith, right? He seems like a good faith actor, and all I've seen from Iilluminaughtii is her acting in bad faith. So, I don't know. From what I can tell, she's probably in the wrong. But again, I'm not gonna make any conclusions that I jump to. All right, we're gonna go into this in good faith and hear both sides out. Okay, we'll watch Illuminaughtii's video as well. Okay, don't you worry.
I think I can let that speak for itself. My main grievance was her insistence to create new rumors and slander about myself, one topic, and others after we left, and how she wouldn't leave us alone. This was super hard to address in any capacity, as she rarely made the accusations directly, always talking through someone else's mouth or hyping up some young impressionable fan or associate to the point they would try to expose me, or simply vague posting on Twitter with very suggestible timings. I will reference all of this later on in the video. Very easy for me and my colleagues to tell where all this was coming from, but really hard to actually prove to an outside audience. Therefore, almost impossible to defend yourself against.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
The talking points she tried so hard to sneakily spread for the longest time are actually the exact same talking points she brought up in her video. And I was also sent evidence of this by an ex-staff of hers that reached out to me during all this. So even though it was not my intention, my thread that ultimately led to her video pretty much baited out the fact that she was the one behind these claims.
Now, what I will say is that, I think it's fair to, like, assume, at the very least, that, like, she did a shit job running the channel, okay? She did a shit job, she was overworking herself, she was stressed, There were probably times where she took it out on other people. Now, I don't want to say she's evil or she's a monster or anything like that yet. To be fair, I don't think this guy said that either. He's being very respectful. So, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. But it probably won't be, because once I know more about the situation, you know, I'm going to give the correct take, alright? Because I'm always right, and everyone knows that. I mean, when have I ever been wrong? I mean, like, name one example. Oh, wait, you can't, because it never happened. Alright, I'm sorry.
And ideas all along. I also have full receipts for everything later on in the video.
Ooh.
So I'm going to address
Full
her most
receipts.
grievous allegations, factually and
Wait, did he say grievous?
everything later on in the video. So I'm going to address her most grievous allegations.
I'm sorry, that's not how you... Is that like a... Is it pronounced grievous in like a different accent, or did you just mispronounce? Shouldn't it be pronounced grievous? Like general Maybe, okay, maybe I'm just retarded, I don't know.
Factually and concisely, with full receipts, context, and any additional information that might be needed. Finally, after 2.5 years, I get to set the record straight. Number 1, the Discord situation. Content warning, mention no predatory behavior and adult topics.
Wait, what the why is everyone so bad at spelling? Holy shit. I'm not, like, trying to, like, shit on people. I just don't understand. Well, like, come on. Behave, Bwire. Come on. This makes it hard to take it seriously, but, like, I don't know, maybe, okay. I don't want to, like, make fun of him for it, though, because, like, I don't know, like, for all I know, he could have dyslexia, in which case, then that's kind of a dick thing. If he has, like, dyslexia, and like, that's, like, and he wanted to make this video on his own and edit it himself, then that makes sense. Man, why does everyone have dyslexia in this community? It seems everyone who works for Sad Milk has dyslexia, or is just really bad at spelling.
The situation brought up mentions a pedo joining my Discord. It is said that neither I nor my team took action against this predatory person and actively chose to do nothing to resolve the situation.
Okay, so, alright, so he's establishing a standard that Iilluminaughtii has set. Preferably, I'm hoping that we see evidence of her establishing this standard, so that if she goes against that standard, which I wouldn't put it past her, considering the fact that, she accused somebody of stealing content who wasn't stealing content, while she was, stealing content. So, I don't know, maybe she just projects hardcore, I don't know. That's what it seems like, but I'm not gonna say anything definitively, okay?
Basically just letting them run amok. Click did not address it or wasn't fast enough, etc. Here are the DMs of said creep, full username, etc. that she has already showed in her video. Now the first...
Alright, I'm assuming that these screenshots are real. I don't think these people would fake screenshots. Okay, look. When it comes to evidence, I always look at screenshots with a grain of salt. Like, I have to, like, see it for myself, as in, like, either I receive DMs from that person that are really similar, or I see a screen recording, and in that screen recording, they refresh the page so that there's no inspect element going on, and they show the profile. No cuts, no nothing. Theoretically, I'm sure there would be a way to fake that, but it would be a lot harder, a lot more effort required. You'd really have to put way more effort into it, and it's a higher barrier to entry, right? There's more of a barrier to entry at that, if that's the standard, right? So you can't just, so it's not just like any old fart can, whatever, lazily inspect element or whatever the fuck, and then just be like, oh yeah, I have proof, guys, here's the, here's them saying this stuff, or like, faking DMs in other ways that are fucking lazy, right?
Of said creep, full username, etc. that she has already showed in her video.
So this is in her video. I assume he's gonna be on. I think it's safe to assume he's being honest about that, because we're gonna watch the video. So if it ends up not being in her video, then it's like, okay, he lied. So I don't think he's lying. So it says, to me and told what's going on, that she got feeling for me. I personally find it a bit strange, even that I have feeling for her, but her mom told her and me as long as we don't do shit like the stuff that should happen with age of under 16, she is fine with that. Alright, something tells me this guy is not an English speaker. Sometimes she and I have the feeling that this is, yeah, kinda wrong, but this is the truth that is wrong in some point. Yeah, this is like... Yeah, okay. So, I talked with her a lot, that I don't hold her back from leaving me. If she wants to, she can. She is almost 13, and I'm 19. Oh, shit! Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's... Yeah, okay, Mr. Admin Toast. That's kind of sussy. I'm not gonna lie. Her mother is kind of proud about how easy I can say these things. But honestly, it's making me sometimes sick. I talked with me therapist about it, and and he told me as long as I don't touch her, it's okay. What kind of therapist does that? What the fuck? Some people might say that love doesn't know age, but it still is in a human brain that this is kinda wrong. I just wanted to be the male site she never had. What? What does that even mean? It is easy for me to not touch her. I mean, what do I have at the end when I touch her besides of a new warm place in jail? I have nothing then sitting in jail and a bad mental health Dude, what the fuck? Okay, well that's fucked up. I mean, I assume that that's real. That's a, you know. I mean, both of them, I mean, both sides are saying it's real, so there's no reason to say it's fake, right?
DMs of said creep, full username, etc. that she has already showed in her video. Now, the first detail that was conveniently left out of the accusations is that I was asleep. In my time zone, this occurred around 2 AM, and within the span of me sleeping, this random creep in question had already gotten banned.
Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, I already know for a fact Iilluminaughtii is in the wrong. I don't even need to look in this situation. In this specific instance, at least, being like, oh, you aren't on Discord, micromanaging my server, like, at all times? You have a sleep schedule? What the fuck? You're enabling pedophilia by doing this. It's like, I fucking hate people like that. People like that have said the same shit to me. It's like, I'm sorry, I can't micromanage my fucking Discord server. What do you, like, I'm sorry, I only have so many mods, and it's like, I know that, like, sometimes my Discord is a shit show, but I'm not personally responsible for every single message that gets sent there. I'm sorry, I'm just not. I'm just not, alright? I'm sorry. I am not personally responsible for the actions of others. That is fucking stupid. That is retarded. So, as somebody who has my own Discord server, I understand where this guy is coming from, and Iilluminaughtii is just fucking retarded, okay?
I took the liberty to dig through the old ban logs on my server, and here it is. He was banned at 2:14 AM.
Yeah, you bet. What's that? You're not staying up until, like, 2 in the morning to make sure there's no bad actors in the server? What the fuck? You're a Discord mod. You're supposed to be terminally online. That means no sleep schedule. What the fuck, man?
My time zone. She brought one topic into a chat room, as she shown in her video.
Okay. Okay. Alright, if she showed it in her video, then we're gonna assume it's real. Because both sides are saying it's real. I don't mean to bother you, but can we talk soon when you're free? I'm in a bit of a conundrum, and I don't know what to do, is what Iilluminaughtii says. And then one topic says, yeah, what's going down? Can I call? GF is getting ready for work nearby. How sensitive is the topic? Very. It involves, I assume that's, PDF file IA. PDF file ya. I'm so funny, guys. Make sure to laugh out loud in the comments, everyone. Or in chat, whatever. What's going on in Click server and Click knowing a 19-year-old and a 12-year-old. Okay, that's a weird thing to lie about. It was a 13-year-old, not a 12-year-old. It's still shitty that that person did that, but at the end of the day, it's just another example of her being stupid. Convo was public in his server. Multiple members went to his staff that did nothing. Okay, that sounds like an issue with staff, not with Click, if that happened. But it seems like his staff banned the fucker, so what? What? Okay. That did nothing. My staff in there had to ban the... Oh, your staff! Okay, shut the fuck up. And take their ID on Discord to report them. And this is on the heels of Click's admins sending BDSM tests to minor-aged mods. Does she have a source for that? Or... okay, now the standard of evidence is not just on the person making this video or the people making videos about her. Now she has to substantiate that claim. Does she have a source for admins in his server sending BDSM tests to literal minors? You know, or is her source just she made it the fuck up? Or is it like an 18-year-old sending it to a 17-year-old? In which case, it doesn't fucking matter who gives a shit, okay? If it's an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old, and you give a shit about that, then you're fucking retarded. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. Well, okay, maybe I make the rules sometimes. I'm not, whatever.
Video and her accusations.
Okay. In Click server and Click knowing, oh wait, I already read that. And prying on their sexual interests. Hang on, I'll walk over to my mic rather than do this on my phone. Okay, ready? Thank you, always. Alright. One topic being reasonable, it seems. Just hearing her out. That's fair.
However, her statement in these DMs about Click knowing is very odd, as I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening.
Yeah, obviously he knows, and he's like, yeah, he has this cool ability in his sleep, where he just like, he knows what's going on in real life, you know? He is a four-dimensional being, actually.
He might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep. Hey, I don't mean to bother you, but can we talk?
Yeah, no, literally, but like, it's like, what does she expect him to do? Be on Discord 24/7? That's so retarded. Like, this is the same level of criticism that I've received. Like, that's how bad it is. Like, if somebody has levied that same criticism at me, unironically, like, and it's from, like, a conservative, you know it's not worthwhile, right? Like, that's how you know it's bad. Or if it's from, like, a woke scold, or someone who isn't really a part of my community. It is usually somebody who, like, whines about issues that don't exist, because they think that, like, I'm trying to create, like, a safe space that's micromanaged for their needs. Like, fuck no, that's retarded. That's the most boring shit. I am willing to occasionally have whatever, like whatever, something mildly bad, or like even bad happen temporarily in my server that I'm not aware of, if it means that my server is fun and not fucking boring, okay? I don't care. Like, as long as they end up getting banned, it's like, I don't need people to micromanage my shit. Like, that's not fun. That's not fun for the mods, it's not fun for me, it's not fun for the people in the server. Now, ultimately, when I end up, I mean, I'm going to slowly add more and more mods over time, and the server will be better, but, like, you can't put that on me, right? It's like, all I want to do is have a fun server, where it's like, you can do almost whatever you want, right? There has to be some sort of objective or measurable harm in what you're doing to get banned, and it has to be, like a serious thing, right? It can't just be like, oh, well, the objective and measurable harm is that, he called me a butt face, and then that made me really sad. So that means that there's a net negative of the total, accumulation of emotions of the people in the server. It's like, no, that doesn't count. No, fuck that. It has to be, like, something, like, legitimately serious, right?
Talk soon when you're free. I'm in a bit of a conundrum and I don't know what to do. Yeah, what's going down? Can I call? GF is getting ready for work.
I already read that.
And this was on the heels of Click's admin sending Naughty. But as stated, a ban was already issued before I even woke up, about 14 hours before Blair brought this up with OT, if her timestamps are correct. So this was actually not a ban I was even personally involved with. It's also important to note that this is, sadly, the norm. Our server alone has 44,000 members and almost 3,000 bans.
Yeah, no, exactly. Okay, for those of you who don't have never run a Discord server, and especially for those of you who've never even moderated in one or owned one, that shit is difficult. My server has had issues, okay? Because my server grew way faster than I thought. I thought my server was gonna be this small little this cute little community with 25 people, and then occasionally a 26th person who's a Nazi might join to debate me, and then they leave. That's what I thought was gonna happen. But there's whatever, 1 to 200 people in it now, and even that's fucking difficult to manage. Are you kidding me? Fucking hell. That shit is effort, okay? And it's at that point, it's I can't be asked to care that much. I'm sorry. I just don't. I have admins who can hire or make people mod, and other people that do shit, but it's I am not personally responsible for everything that happens there, okay? I don't know, maybe that's how Iilluminaughtii runs her shit, right? She does seem like the kind of person to micromanage everything, right? Well, I'm not about that. I'm the opposite. Maybe that's why I am naturally fucking repulsed by her behavior, because it's the opposite of what I would do. Holy shit. I swear, Iilluminaughtii is literally the fucking polar opposite of me, right? And based on her room, she probably is unhygienic as well, which is a big no-no for me. I can't stand people with bad hygiene. I'm sorry. I just can't, okay? Now, okay, look, I'm not saying that, okay, if you okay, you skip a shower on the weekend, okay, maybe you skip 2 showers on the weekend, because you're lazy, okay? I've done that, okay, fine. Fair enough, okay, I do that too, okay, we all do it, okay, don't lie. But generally, you should shower every day, right? Now, okay, the one exception would be, okay, if you're really, really fucking depressed, right? But it wouldn't be but at that point, because, there have been times where I was so depressed, where I was literally, the only time I would get out of bed is to literally just go to the bathroom. Maybe eat. But, that's different, because it's, that you're not doing something that's okay. You just don't give a shit about anything. But it's okay. But normally it would be the bare minimum, right? But I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent.
It is a well-known fact.
Maybe that's why people like writing scripts, just so they don't do that.
The Discord has real problems when it comes to exploitative individuals and communities using their platform.
Yeah, this is not exclusive to his Discord. Fuck, this happens in smaller Discord servers. Again, it's happened in my Discord server, where there was a fucking pedophile in there that I ended up making a video about, because it was that fucking bad. Because the dude was I don't think he was saying anything too bad in my server, so that's why I didn't know about it, but he was, private messaging people, and I didn't know about it until people brought it to my attention. And then I ended up banning him. Originally, I quietly, banned him from my Discord. I wasn't gonna ban him from my YouTube account. I didn't want any drama. I'm okay, I DM'd him, I'm hey, don't do this shit, man. Hoping he would stop, which was stupid. I should have just fucking banned him. But whatever. I'd never run a community before, right? So I'm new to this, right? And fuck, I've had issues with people sending gore, but I've had issues with not being understaffed. These are real issues. This isn't me endorsing that shit. It's I just don't really know what the fuck I'm doing is the problem, and that's why I let other people do shit, but I have guidelines for what they can and can't ban people for vaguely, right? It's okay, You know, if people are being edgy, maybe even kind of shitty, don't ban them for that. But if someone's like, you know, doxing or sending gore or like, you know, sexually harassing people, like genuinely, like especially if it's like a minor or whatever, or if it's like a minor sexualizing themselves, then, you know, it's like, okay, those things, yeah, just ban those people, okay? Or at least mute them. It depends on the severity, right? Like, for instance, if it's like a minor sexualizing themselves because they don't know what they're doing, typically I would be like, okay, mute them for like anywhere from a week to a month, depending on the severity of it, right? Because it's like, okay, they grow older, they grow out of it, they realize, okay, don't do this until you're 18, or I'll get muted, so they don't do it anymore, right? That's my mindset generally, because ultimately they're probably gonna find a different server where they're not banned, and then it's like, oh, well, I can just do the same thing here, and it's like, no, I'd rather you spend time in my community where you're not doing that, and if you do that, you get muted, right? I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent. The point I'm making is it is so beyond fucking difficult, even if it's just a few hundred people. If it's in like the tens of thousands or 20,000, if it's above 20,000, that's fucking insane. You can't micromanage that. You cannot single-handedly micromanage that shit, okay? And ultimately, it goes back to the understaffed thing, right? I'm sure that you know, he has a lot of staff, but I'm sure that, yeah, sometimes there's issues with there not being enough staff, right? Fuck, I have that issue. It's like,
We as
yeah.
creators do our best to clean this up as well as the platform teams.
True.
Neither I nor my team condone this sort of exploitative behavior and do our best.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, again, especially if you're, like, inexperienced, right? Like, I can't imagine, like, if I was, like, if, whatever, Iilluminaughtii was, like, my friend, or whatever, I cannot imagine the type of shit she would, like, try to, like, say about me and, like, smear me with, based on, like, me just not knowing how to run a fucking Discord server, right? Like, she would accuse me of, like promoting gore and like, you were promoting pedophilia, and you didn't even do anything to stop. It's like, I didn't know there was a pedophile, right? It's like, okay, right? Like, I have zero experience, okay? I had barely any mods, right? That's why I have administrators now. A few of them at least, and ultimately the mod team is slowly growing, though I need to work more on it, I'm not gonna lie. But again, like, that's not me being malicious, right? That's not me endorsing anything. That's just me being dumb, like at the start, right? It's like, but I'm learning how to make it better.
Best to address it when it comes
Without making it like a fucking micromanaged cringe fest for kindergarteners, right? Like, that's fucking retarded as well. Like, I want people to be able to be edgy, right? Like, there was this one mod who was, like, banning people for saying slurs. It's like, even though, like, that wasn't in the rules. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you retarded? And she's like, why would you let people say slurs? I'm like, shut the fuck up, it's not your server. And, like, but, like, she didn't care. It's like, okay, well, now you're demoted. And then I unbanned all the people that she banned, and then I bullied her. But yeah.
comes to attention. This isn't a clicks Discord issue, it's a
So it's like finding a balance is really difficult, is what I'm saying.
Discord issue. By the time I woke up, the staff spaces were in chaos. I assume she had asked her crossover staff to leave my server after the two teams clashed, fighting, tossing around odd allegations, and blame. Keep in mind, the creep that joined the VC was already banned for many hours. And this is what I saw when I woke up in the morning. Tons of messages in staff chats, arguments, white names from people leaving. I tried to get an explanation to what had happened, and it took me a good few hours to dig through everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's better than I would do. I wouldn't even bother digging. I'd be like, oh, okay, well, looks like shit happened on my Discord. I'm not reading all those messages. Fuck that. I'm sure, you know what? Fuck it. I'm sure that everybody else resolved it. You know, whatever. I have nothing to do with this, okay? I'm just gonna let things happen, okay? I don't care. Like, I'm sorry. That's just how it is, right? It's like, I don't think I'm a bad person for, like, letting other people figure out things their own way, right? It's like, okay, y'all can figure that out I'm not here to micromanage. I'm just providing a space for people to, interact with each other. You can do what you want with it within reason, right?
To people, try to de-escalate and evaluate who had done wrong, and so on. The situation recap wasn't exactly presented to me on a silver platter.
See, this is the thing that scares me about becoming a large content creator, right? As much as I want to grow faster and as ambitious as I am, as much as I want to be the next Mr. Beast, but like, instead of like, being Mr. Beast, I'm like funny femboy comedian politician guy who's like famous for different reasons. It's like, if I get to like 1 million subscribers, like I'm gonna have to deal with this type of shit, right? Fucking backstabbers, people that are like only becoming friends with me because they want to use me. It's like, I can be like friends with other YouTubers and know that they're not using me, right? Like I'm friends with like Jalen, Natty Forsyth, etc. because like they like we're just genuinely cool, right? Like I know they're not trying to use me because I don't really have there's no platform I have that they would be trying to use or exploit, right? They're not like they have nothing to gain other than a friendship, right? All they have to gain out of it is a friendship. Other than that, though, they don't get anything out of it, right? I guess you could say that I get something, like, I theoretically get anything out of it, but I'm not like, but like, I mean, occasionally I might show up on one of their live streams, but it's not like I'm asking them for like a shout, like I'm not like, oh yeah, by the way, give me a shout out, lol. It's like, nah, like, if you want me to like feature in a video and hit me up, but like, other than that though, it's like, that's a scary thing, right? It's almost like, you gotta make friends while you're a small content creator so that you know that, like, they're actually your friends and that they're not just leeching off of you for clout, right? Like, that's such a difficult thing. And, if somebody doesn't care to talk to me right now, I'm not gonna reach out to them or, like, ever engage with them if they start talking to me now. Like, if I've DM'd you and you never responded, but then 5 years later, I'm, like, big and like, everybody knows who I am, and you DM me asking for shit, I'm not gonna fucking respond to you. Are you fucking kidding me? No. You had your opportunity, and you wasted it. Because you don't want, a genuine relationship or friendship. You just see it as like a business transaction, right? Now, if it is something that's mutually beneficial, then sure, but or like, but like, again, it's a terrifying thing, and you end up with situations like this where you end up with fucking losers like Iilluminaughtii who do this shit, and it's like, because like, how large is this guy? He has 1.23 million subscribers, right? So when you have this many subscribers, it becomes really fucking difficult to tell who's real and who's using you. You can hardly tell. It's like, even if another 1 million plus subscriber channel is like hitting you up, you don't know what their intentions are. They could also be using you, right? Like, I don't know. And I feel like, generally, it's better if a large content creator approaches a small content creator than the other way around, in terms of like the authenticity of that. That's just my view of it. I mean, to be fair though, I've approached larger content creators because I don't know. It's like, okay, I understand not wanting to approach people. It's like, oh, I don't know, that Famios guy is kind of scary. He says mean things to people in debates.
In the allegations against me, it is claimed that I didn't react or respond to the situation. Number 1, being asleep at 2 a.m. detail was completely left out. 2, the fact that he was actually banned before this whole thing was left out. And 3, a receipt of Iilluminaughtii reaching out to me to get me to respond wasn't shown in her video or allegations.
I wonder why.
And the reason for this is that it doesn't exist. The person who reached out to resolve this was actually myself. And here are the DMs where I did so. Probably worth going to you too, as this thing seems to be blowing up. What have you seen of the recent events on the server? If we got time, I think a quick VC would be good, because this is going on the warpath, it seems. Warpath referring to the teams arguing and fighting, not actually the ban itself.
Okay, that's bad. Unless these screenshots are faked, which I don't think they are. I mean, we'll look at Illuminaughtie's response, and if her response is these screenshots are faked, then all we can do is wait for a screen recording to show up. Unless, I don't know, maybe she, well, I guess it depends. And if the screen recording shows deleted messages or those messages, then it's like, okay, well, you're guilty. Right? Okay. Anyways.
As I said, that had been issued 16 hours before this conversation took place. One sec, I'm on a call with OT. Can I bring him in too? Sure, no problem. Here is a zip file, which is all the images that she showed in her video of the DMs with the creep.
I like how the zip file is called click stuff sad oh whoa. Okay.
Etc, etc. By the way, gonna talk to my admins in 15. That's when this person is back and can VC. Okay, I'm writing in the group DM right now. I will let you guys know when all actions have been carried out. I am proud of you.
Oh
It sounds
no.
from this chat, starting from the time I was caught up on the night's events to the time after our voice call.
Yeah, she seems like she's perfectly fine with how he handled the situation until she decided not to be. Wow. Very honest person, I must say. So, yeah, no, she's not just mentally ill. She's acting in bad faith, clearly.
That it worked out quite well. Of course, important to know that this conversation was also an outreach to resolve the Discord Teams issue, not about the ban itself. To further clarify, the ban had been issued 16 hours before this conversation and before I ever woke up. And yes, it was later brought to my attention that there were a couple of mods who failed to act initially. This was
That's a mod issue, not a him issue. Right? Plus, mods aren't always going to be on. And like, okay, what if the mods are online, but they're doing something else, they're in a different server, right? It's like, okay, then yeah, they're gonna fail to act because they don't know what the fuck is going on, right? Unless somebody's pinging them, I guess. Maybe they're just like, I'll worry about it later, and then they go invisible. I mean, to be fair, I don't blame them for that. It's like, I can't deal with this. It's like, okay.
evaluated by me and the team to take proper action. It's important to keep in mind that these people aren't trained law enforcement, but community volunteers.
Yeah, exactly. You have to keep that in mind. They're volunteers. This is why I tell my mods, if you want to do absolutely nothing with your status as a moderator and just act like a normal member of the community, you know, I'm not gonna demote you, alright? Because the reason I give people mod is so that if something happens, they can stop it from happening, right? It's not, like, because, like, there are people where it's like, okay, you know, they'll be there as like, a member in the community, not as a mod, they'll see shit, they'll report it to me, okay, and then I get flooded with 7 different DMs being like, ban this person, they're like, doing this shit, they're like, sending gore, or, like, being a pedophile, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'll ban them. But then ultimately, if those people do it enough, it's like, okay, you're a mod now. Just don't false ban anybody. And then there you go. It's like, boom, problem solved, kind of, right? Like, that's how I usually determine who should be mod. It's like, okay, if you're, you know, bringing important shit to my attention, chances are you end up being mod. The only way it gets taken away is if you ban people for stupid shit that I obviously wouldn't want you to ban them for, right? And I think it's fairly clear what my positions are going to be when it comes to banning people. And it's not like I'm going to demote you if you make one bad decision either. So it's not like you have to be paranoid or anything. It's like, okay, you know, you have to, like, fuck up, like, so many times. You have to, like, ban, like, 20 people that didn't deserve to get banned, and then I tell you to stop, and then you ban 20 more, right? It's like, okay, then you get demoted, right? I don't know, like, I have, like, but, like, again, it's trial and error, right?
Myself and the admin team I work closely with do our best to resolve any situations that occur in the Discord. Also,
and like, I feel like expecting mods to, like, do everything is fucking stupid. Like, what's better? Mods that occasionally take action or no mods at all? Like, this is so fucking stupid. It's like, one scenario clearly has more mod utility than the other. Like, it's better to have a bunch of half-assed moderators that half-ass everything and aren't active than to have no moderators at all. In fact, I prefer servers like that, frankly. It's like everything is more lenient, and it's like you're not gonna get banned unless you genuinely cause a problem, right? And preferably, you know, people just get muted for usually, right? If like they're being really annoying, but like not doing anything really bad.
It's important to know that this screenshot from the group call that she brought up is simply OT not wanting some random creep statements in his work drive. It's not that he was so torn up about my disgusting Discord as is insinuated in the video for some reason. If OT was really so disgusted with me and how I run things, isn't it odd that we've been close friends for the 2.5 years after this happened? It's a very odd thing to try to twist in her video. Of course, she would retell the story quite differently to anyone who would listen. Here's a screenshot where she's sharing that same group call and saying, "This is that call where I railed Click for not doing anything for months." Note that this date is in October, a couple of weeks after we had left Sad Milk.
I like that this guy keeps note of the date. This is something that I've explained the importance of in the Natty Forsyth situation, which I've done an entire stream segment on in the past. It was after I did a debate on Christian presuppositionalism. It was a 6-hour stream. I destroyed Christian presuppositionalism, and then people were talking about Natty Forsyth because I'm friends with her. They're like, "What the fuck? Why are you friends with this nonce?" And it's like, because those are false accusations. It's like all of the evidence was like, okay, this is like old from like before she was even 18, or like, oh, here's something from when she was like barely 18. And she didn't know the age of the person, and then immediately stopped talking to them when she found out it wasn't an adult. Like, and also, like, they were painting a narrative, but it's like the narrative they were painting didn't make any sense based on the screenshots they were providing, because like they just weren't in order. And it's like, okay, but this happened before this, so therefore your story doesn't make any fucking sense. Right, and I went into that with an open mind of being like, okay, maybe these accusations are valid, but I ultimately ended up disproving them by just, you know, analyzing it for what it is and having the standard of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Anything that doesn't meet that standard is not sufficient evidence to me, right? You know, I'm not gonna. I think it is better to not falsely accuse people, but that's just me.
The statement about us leaving was made in November, but we had actually left a month prior. So the twisting of these events have been going on for quite a while. As for the staff member sharing inappropriate artwork in Discord, this happened about 5 weeks prior, so I'm not sure why it's being tied into all this, but I can say from experience with running Discord servers that it happens every few months that a staff member misbehaves and is removed from the team. Oftentimes, it leads to a couple of staff members getting removed.
Yeah, I've had staff members do like I think there was like 1 or 2 people that at one point were staff members that ended up getting banned from the server, because they kept doing shit, and they were like pissing off other mods, and they were being really annoying. I think, I don't know. I didn't ban them. I think an administrator did. I unbanned them a couple times because they're like, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." But then they kept doing some really annoying shit, I think. So I'm like, you know what? Just don't talk to me about this. Talk to the person that fucking banned you, okay?
As troublemakers tend to enhance each other. This specific individual was removed from the team by me. The individual had been slowly spiraling, starting off with passive-aggressive behavior towards other staff and minor misdemeanors. When they failed to improve their behavior after a feedback session, and also got worse when they started sharing not safe for work artwork in staff chats, they were removed. I think it's an important specification that it was lewd artwork and not real-life nudes. I actually talked to Iilluminaughtii one-on-one about this very thing. As you can see from this chat, this was already resolved a while back by that time. In the same conversation, we also talk about the out-of-context other screenshots she shared in her own video. It's odd, if she wanted to paint a full picture of these events, she didn't include my own words on the matter, but just insinuations. Words she had access to this whole time. We did set up a rule set after the event occurred that the mod chat should live up to the same standards as the rest of the server rules, to avoid people getting carried away with their friends in mods chats. Furthermore, the individuals who partook were
I mean, that's fair enough. I agree. Like, if a rule shouldn't, if a rule doesn't apply to mod chats, unless you only have 18 plus mods, in which case, yeah, you can send NSFW stuff in that chat too, I guess. Maybe, and then that's fine. But, like, let's say that, like, anyone can be a mod so long as they're competent, or not someone who false bans. Because that's kind of what I do, right? Like most of my mods, don't even have access to the NSFW channel. Like, there are only a few people that have access to the NSFW 18 plus channel, because, like, I haven't really, because it's like, okay, I'm not gonna let you there unless, like, you give me, like, some sort of verification of your age, usually. Like, I have to know for a fact, like, beyond a reasonable doubt, that you are of the legal age, because otherwise, if I allow, like, even if it's a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old, it's like, okay, I can't do that, right? It's like, okay, at that point, I'm actively doing something that is illegal, right? As opposed to not enforcing something that prevents something illegal from happening, because obviously there's a distinction there. But like, again, I generally agree with this.
Directly talked to and accepted that what they had shared wasn't server appropriate. I do also believe we demodded one of the instigators, who was a bit of a troublemaker, but it's a long time ago, I don't recall the names. Again, this is a situation I personally addressed once it was brought to my attention. It sadly happens sometimes that people in your community do or say things that you yourself don't endorse or stand for.
Yeah, exactly. It happens in my community all the time. Now, frankly, it's more expected to happen in a community like mine, where I actively engage in hostility, right? Because I'm a debate streamer. I stream debates. I'm going to have people that hate me, right? Because, you know, it's like when you debate Nazis for a living, or, well, hopefully I end up doing this for a living, right? It's like you're going to have a lot of people that hate you. But that's okay. I'm fine with having people that hate me. I really couldn't care less, right? That's just kind of part of the job. Frankly, but, like, that being said, you know, there are going to be people that try to, like, make the Discord experience bad, that are going to join and be annoying because they don't like me. And it's like, okay, but that doesn't mean that I endorse their behavior because they didn't get banned within 2 nanoseconds. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not on Discord 24/7. I would say that I have a life and that's the reason, but it's just, I just don't care.
I think every creator can relate to that fact. I think it's about how you build your community in general, what values you endorse, and how you act when situations happen. Because,
well, yeah, and I make it very clear that I'm not gonna ban everyone who doesn't align with my values. Okay, like, if somebody wants to debate me, I'm not gonna ban them, right? It's like, if a Nazi wants to have a genuine debate with me, like, they're not getting banned just because they have different I'm a debate streamer, so obviously that makes more sense for my community, right? It's like, okay, you might have god-awful opinions, but, you know, I can engage in a discussion with you still, right? You have to actively, like, do something really fucking bad to get me to think that you're worthy of being banned, or even just muted, right? But muting, I'm way more willing to do.
Because situations will happen. And to be clear, the chats were clear.
And something tells me this guy is way less lenient than me. A lot less shit happens in his Discord server than mine, I'm sure. Even though he has way more people in it. Because he probably is better at running a Discord server, because he's probably done it for a lot longer. And he probably has a lot more administrators and mods, right? It's more organized, right?
Cleaned out because I wanted to ensure the chats were as safe as possible.
See, and I just, like... It's like, I'm not, yeah, like, my Discord server ain't a safe space, right? I might add, like, a couple channels that are like that, but then, like, I don't know.
Respect, I do believe the situation escalated to the point it did, so she could replace my staff and have more control over my Discord and community. But it's hard to tell if it's intentional or a byproduct of just constant conflict escalate.
I don't think it's a matter of having more control over the community. It could be that, but I wouldn't be so quick to jump to that conclusion. I don't think that it's her like being malicious or being like controlling in like a bad way. Like I understand, like, you know, like whatever. Neon Caffeine modded some people, and some of them are good. But again, the person I described who was like banning people for saying the word retard and shit like that. It's like, yeah, no, like you're a shit mod. But yeah, like that. But that doesn't mean that Neon Caffeine was malicious, right? It's like, well, and I know for a fact that they aren't, because it's like, okay, well, we know each other, right? And I know that they're not gonna try and mod people to like fuck up the server or control it, right? Like they're very respectful of like, okay, if you really want to run your server like a shit show, fine. Like they respect it, even like they begrudgingly respect it, right? So I don't know. It's hard to say.
And nitpicking. And if you still don't believe me, you can check out my Discord yourself. It's linked in every description of my channel, and my staff and I do our best to make it as wholesome and supportive as possible.
Yeah, and like, I can only imagine what Iilluminaughtii would say about my Discord server. I actively go out of my way to make sure it's, like, not wholesome. It's just a shit fest, okay? I mean, well, not to make it, no, I'm not making it anti-wholesome or anything. Like, not like that, but, like, I mean, like, you can say whatever the fuck you want for the most part, right? Like, I am a free speech pseudo-absolutist, okay? Maybe not an absolutist, but kind of close. I don't know. Censorship is only good if it's absolutely necessary, right?
We have chill chat rooms, meme channel.
Yeah, this looks like a lot more professional than whatever.
It's a Minecraft community server.
Because it's like in my server you can say the N-word. You're not gonna get banned for that, right? It's like I just don't give a shit, right? Like if one of my mods bans somebody for simply saying the N-word as like a joke, it's like, okay, you're demoted because you don't get the fucking point, right? It's like the edgy humor is like welcome, okay? Even if you don't find it funny, it's like it's still welcome. Now, if somebody is calling a black person the N-word, and harassing them, then they might get banned, and then that's fine. But again, context matters.
Art contests, edits, and fan art channel.
And I feel like that's an issue with that a lot of my mods have with my server. They're like, what the fuck? Like, this is so unclear. And it's like, I know, but like, it really depends on the context. And they're like, what the fuck do you mean? It's like, just use common sense. Like, okay, just think in your head, okay, what would Femios do? Would Femios ban them if they saw this? Would Femios mute them, ban them, or do nothing? It's like, you should have some idea, right?
Sharing stream, clips, channels, you name it. It's just a good vibe. So I'm surprised it's being painted in such a dark way when it's...
Yeah, I really want Iilluminaughtii to, like, go on my Discord server and react. I haven't even been on my Discord server in a long time. It's been, like, over a week since I last checked.
It's right there. You can actually just go look. nice little Discord.
By the way, my Discord server is linked in the description of this stream.
Discord plug, hashtag sponsored by my Discord, heck yeah.
No, it's sponsored by my Discord, okay?
Yeah. Number 2, click using abhorrent language.
Oh no! Oh god, man, shut up, sirs. Why would you even bother putting a trigger warning? Oh no, he said the word retard. It's like, the only reason, like... it's like, who gives a shit? And it's like, the only slur that I never really say is the N-word. That's just because I don't want it to, like... That's because of a YouTube TOS. There's, like, not, like, a moral opposition. Right? It's like, okay. People are... Like, it's like, okay, well, people are gonna clip it, take it out of context, and also, this probably might violate YouTube TOS, or it'll get my entire channel demonetized. It's like, okay, maybe I don't do that. Okay, I don't want to, like, completely kill my channel, right? But that's more of, like, a strategic, like, here is the more intelligent decision to make, right? It's not, this is immoral. How dare you say that? It's like I just don't give a shit. It's like, I mean, I don't feel the need to say it, but it's like at the same time, it's like I don't care if other people say it.
A content warning, mention of slurs. I will be brief here, because there isn't really much substance. She claims I was tossing around slurs when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in
When gaming with okay, if it's gaming with friends, who the fuck cares? Okay, we all okay, maybe not we all. Maybe I'm projecting, but I know I sure as hell say slurs when I get mad in a game. And it's more than just the word retard, right? Like when it comes to like what I say on Discord, I'm more I'm less filtered, okay? I to be fair though, if it's like one of the really bad ones, I won't say it unless I'm like quoting it or like saying it as like a joke, okay?
a group chat where
Like, okay, if you use the N-word as a joke, I think that that's valid. Just don't use it as an insult and you're fine, okay? Or like if you're quoting somebody, it's like, who gives a shit? And for me, I have like no issue like typing it out, right? Because it's like, okay, there's like a disconnect there, right?
where she's talking to Aziwazi, Uwu, among a few other.
Like it's one of those things where I think that all slurs sort of like slurs in general lose their meaning and power the more they're used as a joke, right? Like that's the point. And iDubbbz doesn't seem to understand this anymore for some reason. Now that doesn't mean that they lose their power in every single context, right? So because my channel is eventually going to be seen by probably a broader audience, you know, that doesn't mean I'm going to be careful about what I say, but it's like, okay, here's where I'm starting, okay? I have a little bit of a filter, right? But on my Discord server, it's like, okay, this is a space where slurs and shit like that have no power, okay? If you use the N-word or any slur for its intended purpose, you get made fun of, okay? My server will make fun of you for that. If you're, like, using it to be hateful. You just get bullied. Like, it's only socially acceptable to do it, like, ironically. Otherwise, because you're the person that we're making fun of, right? When we say it. And that goes for pretty much all slurs. Right? It's like, okay. Now, I mean, I guess if you use it as an insult, but not for its intended purpose, right? Like, if I call someone retarded, right? But it's like, it's because they're being an idiot, and not because they have Down syndrome, right? There's an obvious difference there. Or, like, I guess the same thing would kind of apply to, like, calling someone a faggot. Like, why are you calling them that, right? Like, you understanding intent when it's obvious is really important, as opposed to just assuming worst case scenario, which people really love to do for some reason. So, yeah, I don't know.
Others. So it isn't an actual receipt of anything I did or said. It's not even a conversation I'm in, but just a few anonymous names venting in a group chat. However, to try to make sense of this, I actually asked Oz about this screenshot directly.
Wait.
Venting in a group, or said it's not even a conversation I'm in, but just it isn't an actual.
He's known English for... Okay. Oh, so this guy is Swedish. Okay.
Anonymous names venting in a group chat. However, to try to make sense of this, I actually asked Oz about this screenshot directly, and he had this to say. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the r-slur thing was about.
You just say retard. It's like, especially if you're like quoting it, right? Like, now okay. Oh, but you say the N-word instead of actually saying it. Yeah, but that's because because then somebody who doesn't like me is gonna like report this video to YouTube and be like, it's hate speech, and then look, I just don't want to like deal with like the fucking whatever, right? But it's like, because like, okay, well, it's okay. The reason I don't say it, you know, publicly is because like, okay, it's inconvenient. Okay, it would be inconvenient for me to do so, right? you know, like, and the only reason I would ever say it, right, is like if I'm like quoting someone or like saying it ironically, but it's like it's not a hill I'm gonna die on, right? But like again, there's no moral opposition that I have to it, right? Or for any slur, right? It's like even the ones that apply to me. I don't feel anything if someone just simply says the word faggot, especially not if it's as a joke, right? It's like, you know, but like the reason why I'm really comfortable saying the words faggot and retard, is because you know, I can't get canceled for it because it's like, you know, if people want to play the identity politics game, then I can just be like, well, both of these slurs apply to me, so I can say them, and I don't think that they're offensive. So, are you gonna tell the person that would supposedly be a victim of that those awful words that you know better than they do? Like, I don't know. It's like it's a very weird thing, right? And now I don't believe that identity politics is a valid argument, but if they're gonna play into that, I'm gonna win, okay? That's the point I'm making. I know that was very long-winded, but again, slurs don't mean anything without context. Like, what is this whole, like, let's take one bad word you said out of context and then, like, paint an image that has nothing to do with what you were actually saying? It's like, that's fucking stupid. I'm sorry, it just is. And frankly, I should probably stop saying, like, I don't know, like the R slur and the F slur, because again, I'm trying to make money from this, right? And I'm gonna make less money if I keep doing it. But again, there's no moral opposition to it, right? But if I'm in Discord DMs, I'm not gonna say R slur, right? If I'm on YouTube, I might, but only because it's like, well, you know, I don't want to get demonetized.
I not only don't have any memories of it, but would only have to assume based on my past actions that I either A. over-embellished to further feel accepted of the tone of one instance, never of course realizing the damage it would cause. I'm sorry about this if that is the case. B. Blair and I had discussions in relation to this and had created a behind-the-scenes narrative of what to say. This was also very common when we lived under the same roof. C. There was also watching how Blair would twist and omit truths to people. While I don't have any direct proof of this, I will say that watching Blair just say the right amount of truth to people to get their praise and adoration may have swayed me to do the same. Edit, there's also a chance that you said this like way back in 2019.
I don't even think it matters when it was said. I think it's valid no matter what, unless you're using it in a context that's derogatory and, like, genuinely offensive. Like, for, like, a valid reason. Not just, I don't like that word, so you can't say it. It's like, I have not heard a good, consistent moral argument for why you can't say a particular word. Because a word itself doesn't mean anything.
I think the language I used in the group chat was more to put distance between us, not great on my part.
I've talked about this in other live streams, and I don't want to get too much into it. But the fact of the matter is, it's basically just saying you're not allowed to say this word because of some immutable characteristic that you have, right? It's like, I get why there are social reasons but at the end of the day, social reasons for something being okay or not okay are not actually good reasons to go off of, right? They're arbitrary. They don't have any, like, they're not going off of any actual moral framework. It's just vibes, you know? Well, I feel like it's bad, so it's bad. It's like, okay, but that's not a moral argument. That's just, you don't like it. There's a difference, and you're well within your rights to not like something, but that doesn't mean that somebody's a bad person and needs to be canceled because they said something that you don't like. You would need to construct a moral argument for why what they're saying is wrong, and if the only thing you can assert is, well, you said the retard word, or yeah, you said the R slur, but you don't have a mental disability, you don't have autism or anything. It's like, so, okay, you're saying that the morality of an action is dictated by who performs said action? And if you're, I mean, you could argue that the reason behind the action could influence the morality of it. Like, why did you commit the action in the first place? But, A non-disabled person could say the R slur for the same reason a disabled person says the R slur. Same thing with a white person saying the N word. It's just one thing is more socially acceptable than the other, but that's not a moral argument. That's just an argument for this is what's socially acceptable, therefore it's okay, versus this is socially not acceptable, therefore it's not okay. It's like that's not a real argument. That's just a yeah, it's probably unintelligent if you do this because you might get backlash. That's really what it means to me, right? It's like, oh, well, I don't want negative consequences, so I won't. But it's like that's all there is to it, right? This like the same way you might not break a law that you disagree with, right? It's like, well, you don't want to get caught doing it at the very least, right? It's like, okay, but that's because it negatively affects you. You don't personally have a moral opposition to it, right? I think that acting like there's like it's a big deal is kind of fucking stupid. Like you can just like not care without saying it. It's like, oh, is that a super chat? That startled me, but like in a good way. Hey, thank you, Mutated Cutie, for the $3 and welcome to the stream. There was no message attached, but welcome regardless. What's your favorite slur, chat? Yes, chat, what's your favorite slur? I'm so confused by that. Okay, Source, trust me, bro. So true. English isn't his first language. Yeah, I realized that a while into it. I don't know. His English is really fucking good for like a non-English speaker. So I guess I just assumed that he was like in English because I wasn't really paying it. Anyways, I'm sorry. Hey, my friend wants to debate you, can he? Yeah, sure. Trigger warnings are my trigger. Yeah, same. Imagine if Femios ends up being in a Watch Mojo video for this or in a CNN news. That would be awesome and somewhat amusing. Why would I be? I'm confused by why would I be included? Maybe there's context behind why you said that I just forgot about, and it was something I said that I forgot about me saying. But is the word cunt considered a slur? I don't think so. I think words itself will only have meaning in a certain context at a certain circumstance. Same goes for slurs and how you use it. Exactly. Haha. You are amusing, Sir Femius. Aw, thank you. I love watching this channel time to time. I'm glad to hear that. I mean, my goal, after all, is to entertain people. I want to do it for a living. You are probably the only femboy that does these commentary videos. Very unique and interesting indeed. I sure hope so. I try my best. I try my best to be interesting. So if I am getting this right, some people will get angry and some would not. Yeah, the F slur, it's my favorite. Or it has to be the R one. Yeah, I think the R slur is my favorite. I say it a lot in debates. Look, it's a bad habit, I know, but it's still fun to say. I probably should only use it when I'm angry though, I think, cuz then it's like it's more impactful. It's like, you know, I was kind of fucking around before, but like now that I've called you retarded, now I'm being fucking serious. I'm not joking around anymore, okay? Right? Like, I don't know. And also, I don't want my, I want my channel to make money from ad revenue, right? Like, that's the goal. But yes. Anyways. We shall continue with the story, or the video. Alright. I'm sorry, guys. I get distracted really easily.
Would have to be one of those, or a mix, honestly, because I don't remember you saying it. Not saying it didn't happen, of course, but I don't have any memories of it. I'm sorry for the pain that comment cost, man. Apologies will never, of course, repair the actions that I have made.
Repair what actions? Like, what? What action? Huh? Wait, what was the... Wait, what action was bad? I'm confused. Huh? What? Wait, why is he apologizing? What?
And when all this went down, I'm sure there is more shitty things I've done or said that
Was he acting on behalf of Illuminaughtii? If that's the case, then I understand. I assume that he's referring to his own comments where he's like, oh yeah, sorry for like defending this bitch. She do be batshit crazy. If that's the case, then that's valid.
But honestly, for the life of me, can't remember. As for Blair claiming to use abhorrent language such as the N-word,
even if he said the N-word, like, who gives a shit? It's like, wow, who the fuck cares? You referred to enemies made of shadows as nigglets? Or something along those lines? Okay. Like, really? That's not even the N-word. That doesn't even count. That's like saying that Nigeria is the N-word. It's like, okay, maybe this or sorry, not Nigeria, Niger. It's like, yeah, maybe the spelling is like one letter off, but it's not the same as the N-word. I mean, we can all like, you know, make jokes about it being similar, right? Like, I mean, we've all done that at some point, right? Like, oh, it's like the funny word, right? But it's like, okay, it's still different. You can say Niger, right? Or something along those lines. Well, I think you can say any word, but like, I mean, like, it's socially acceptable to say Niger.
the only evidence she ever gave.
So, like, I think that, like, okay, when if you're gonna claim that someone said the N-word, you better first of all specify if it's with the ER or the A ending. Okay, back when I was in school, I took Spanish class, and they taught me about the importance of conjugating verbs. So like it makes a difference if it's like the ER ending, then it's in like the infinitive form. Okay, but if it's an A ending, then it's the el ea usted form. Okay. Though I guess the N word would be an irregular verb. I have made a conjugation chart for it before because I thought it was funny. I'm sorry.
Gave us was, by her word,
and I would do it again.
Claiming that when the two of you are playing Dark Souls 3, you refer to enemies or shadow.
Again, if you see it as just a word and nothing else, it no longer has any power. But he didn't even say the word.
Or Ash as N.
And it was 4 years ago too.
Or something.
Or like 3 years, like closer to 3 years ago, but
along
still.
the lines of that in December of 2019. This was not brought up until after Sad Milk split. And
oh, I wonder why. How convenient.
To be clear,
it's almost like there was never actually a problem with what he said, and that the only reason that it's being brought up is because she's like grasping at straws to make him look bad.
I don't hold a grudge about this against Oz in the least. I can't say for sure, but to me it looks like Oz was just being pushed to prove his loyalty in a way.
Oh, okay, then that's what it was. Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
I wish you all the best.
Then yeah, it makes sense that you would apologize.
And I hope you...
And holding a grudge against somebody who was being manipulated the same way that other people have, and it's like, maybe if they have apologized and they've demonstrated that they changed, there's no good what utility is being served by holding that grudge, right? So yeah, I think that's pretty based.
You get to rebuild your channel or whatever you want to do with your life. Before we move on, I'm just going to point out some funny hypocrisy. She said she would never be friends with someone that used that language. Yet she regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't think you can have both. And
yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, if you want to claim that those things are said, fine, but don't claim that they're bad and that you'd never be friends with someone who says those. It's like, and then also, he didn't even say them. And also, who cares if he did? And also, it was a long time ago, and also, you were friends with him anyway, so you're fucking lying. It's like, what the There's so many layers of stupidity. It's insane. It's not even just like a basic hypocrisy of, well, you see, one time you said this, but then later you said this. It's like, there's like, so many different layers to it. It's insane. Like, it's like, not only is she, like, hypocritical or, like, wrong, or even just dishonest. It's like, she's, like, wrong about everything on, like, every possible layer. So, like, she's lying about, like, him saying, like, the N-word or whatever. But, like, even if he were to say it, like, who gives a shit? It's not a big deal. Unless I guess he was, like, genuinely being racist. Calling a black person that to, like, insult them, or, like, talking about how he hates black people or something, right? If he was going on a racist tirade, okay, I understand that. But if he's, like, saying it because he's being edgy, then it's like, who gives a shit? But not only that, but he didn't even say it. And then you also say that you would never be friends with someone who says it, but according to you, he said it, and also you stayed friends with him. How are you... I just don't understand. It's like, it's almost like is she trying to be the most hated person on the platform? Like, it's like, I would have to make an active effort to be that fucking unlikable and that wrong. Okay? I mean, being right, it's a tough task, being right all the time and never being wrong. In all seriousness, it's not that hard. Just don't have bad opinions. It's really easy. But being that incorrect on that many layers, like, I don't understand, like, how? Like, I would have to, like, actively make an effort to say the opposite of whatever I believe. Because, like, think about it, right? It is literally the opposite of whatever is true. So, what that means is that, well, I mean, because on opposite day, think of it in terms of opposite day, right? If opposite day was real, first of all, it's not even a concept that could exist, right? Because on opposite day, because it's opposite day, it wouldn't be opposite day because the opposite day. The opposite of opposite day is not opposite day. So it would just be a normal day on opposite day. But from the perspective of whenever it's not opposite day would have been opposite day. But also, it's like these are contradictory things, and then it's like, okay, well, what about, if, what's a good example of this? Like, there are a lot of things that don't have opposites, but aside from that, like, I'm trying to think of something where it's like, fuck. I used to think about this all the time, and I had a really good example, but I can't think of it. Oh well, maybe it'll come to me. But at the end of the day, if you present information that's, like, the opposite of whatever is true, like, for instance, if I say, whatever, I'm a billionaire, when the opposite of that is, the opposite of my financial status would be every single financial status that I don't have. Or, alternatively, it could be the negative quantity of the amount of money you have. So it's like, first of all, what even is... You know what? I'm sorry. This is me being tangential.
To add an extra layer of transparency on my own behalf, I didn't actually know the R word could be considered derogatory up until maybe 2020.
The R word or the word retarded? Okay, that's fucking... Really? What? Okay, that might be... I mean, to be fair, English is a second language, but I always thought it was kind of obvious. I just say it anyway, because it was like, it's the funny word. And technically, I'm a part of that group, so I get even more of a right to say it. Probably, I'll bet.
So it's possible I said it before that point, but I don't recall specifics. When people came to me around this time and told me they had had a word used against them simply for being neurodivergent...
As somebody who is simply neurodivergent, I've had the word used against me, but not on the basis of me having the big autism. That's my personal experience. That isn't to say that I've never been discriminated against for having the big autism, okay? I definitely have. But in more subtle ways than flat out being called retarded. I think that what is much more harmful than saying a word, especially towards someone like me, is implying a certain idea like, you know, like I think something far more offensive than calling an autistic person the R slur is basically painting the narrative that if somebody has autism, they're not like a fully autonomous human being. They can't make decisions for themselves. You know, they don't really think. You know, it's like empty in there. You know, they don't like they don't think about things. You know, they like not seeing someone with autism as like a person. That is genuinely way more fucking harmful. And obviously, you know, right now, I'm fairly articulate, right? I'm good at articulating myself for the most part. There are times where I can't, and when it comes to my emotions, I still struggle with that. I think most people struggle to an extent. But when it comes to my past and how I was in the past, I wasn't always articulate. I wasn't always good at public speaking. I didn't always enjoy public speaking. I used to fucking suck at that shit, okay? Like, it wasn't even that I was afraid. I don't even, well, maybe I was. I don't know. But eventually, because I was entertained by people online or wherever, I wanted to become an entertainer. And ever since then, it's like, well, shit, I love public speaking. It is an outlet for me to be entertaining, and now I do that. But again, that's more of a practice makes perfect. Even if you're an autistic little shit like I was, you can become a good public speaker if you work at it, right? It's like, I mean, you're not competing with that many people. Most people hate public speaking, so they don't even bother trying. You know, that already eliminates most of the competition that there would be. Being an above average public speaker isn't actually very difficult, really. You just have to be able to, like, talk and say things. Literally just say whatever you're thinking. There you go. Boom. Problem solved, right? But it's not always that easy for everyone. There are, like, emotional and irrational reasons to not do that, right? And there are legitimate barriers mentally, but they're all self-inflicted to an extent. Now, I'm not saying that that means it's their fault, right? It's not their fault that they have that anxiety. The same way it's not necessarily my fault that I have an anxiety around other things that people might not have an anxiety around, such as, I don't know, doing fucking, I don't know, a lot of things. Like, a lot of adult shit, right? Like, gives me anxiety. Like, I'm sorry, but I hate making phone calls to set up doctor's appointments. It's horrible. I hate it. There's not really a good reason for me to hate it. It takes, like, barely any time, but I hate it. I despise it. I also despise email as a form of communication, but I think that that's actually justified, to be fair. You know, it's like I'm bad at approaching people one-on-one and, like, starting individual conversations. You know, like, when I publicly speak, it's like, it's fine if I'm just talking to the void. You know, there's almost a disconnect there. Because at the end of the day, I'm saying what I want to say. People can choose to listen or choose not to listen. That's just how it works, right? But if I approach someone one-on-one and they choose not to listen, well, that's like almost, I don't want to say an attack on me, but it's like, oh, I did something wrong. That's kind of embarrassing, right? It's like a different thing. I don't know. It's like I have strengths in different areas from most people. But at the end of the day, you know, point I'm making, and this was a very long-winded and tangential and mostly irrelevant way of framing the point, because I like to talk about me. I guess that would be an example of me having, I don't know, the big autism, okay? That's what it is. But at the end of the day, the worst thing you can do to an autistic person is not calling them retarded, okay? That is far from it. The worst thing you can do is treat them like they are not a person, like they can't think for themselves, like they need to be coddled, or like they're worthless. Either one. Like they you know, like they don't think, blah, blah, blah. You get the fucking point, right? That's the worst thing you can do. Because, I mean, I've experienced both being called retarded and, well, what I just described, and what I just described is far worse, right? Now, I haven't experienced it in a long time, because I'm older now, and, I'm good at being very, I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to say I'm good at being an asshole, because that's not all there is to it. I mean, I am an asshole if somebody, like, you know, if somebody is, like, condescending on the basis of somebody else having autism, right? It's like you know what I'm talking about, right? Where it's like they'll treat someone with autism like they're like a child who can't think for themselves, like a little toddler. If someone does that to me, I just roast the shit out of them, so people don't do it to me anymore. But before, I was like good at like making fun of people, like it happened to me all the time. But now, people know not to do it because they know I'll clown on them, right? It's like, and not just because they've experienced me clowning on them, but there are probably other indicators, right? It's like, okay, I'm very articulate now, right? That's part of it. Another part of it is, I you know, win every debate. If someone disagrees with me on something, well, if nothing else, beat them in logic, right? They lose. So either they have to, you know, whatever, like, hurt their ego, like, no matter what, like, they either have to lie to themselves and think that they, like, pretend like the debate didn't happen, or they have to, you know, do whatever hurts their ego a little bit and realize that they're wrong and that I'm smarter than them, right? It's like, okay. And that, you know, their judgment was, well, fucking stupid and based on nothing other than how they feel because of a bunch of bullshit that isn't based in reality. But yeah, sorry.
I was surprised, as that had not been the case around me when I grew up, but I personally stopped using it in my content or for posts I read out, and also did my best to remove jokes containing the word in older content.
Come on, that's pussy shit, okay? Why would you remove it from older content? I can understand not including it in newer content, but not for the same reason. Not because it's offensive, but because you just don't want to get negative repercussions, right? That's the actual reason you would choose not to do it, right? Like, oh, I just want to make more money. And that's valid, okay? Like, you're not gonna die if you don't say the R slur, right? It's like, okay, you're gonna be fine. Same thing with, like, whatever, the N-word. You're not gonna die if you can't say the N-word, okay? Who gives a shit, right? It's like, you can say it or not say it, and one of those leads to an outcome that gives you a lot more money than the other, okay? Like, come on. It's obvious.
Simply because I didn't want my community to get the wrong idea about the values I held.
What values do you hold? This is pussy shit. Which honestly makes Illuminaughtii look worse. Like, if this pussy shit is too fucking edgy and offensive for Illuminaughtii, imagine if she saw one of my streams. Oh my god, she would lose her shit. She'd be like, who the fuck is this, like, femboy, like, iDubbbz 2.0 motherfucker? Like, not like as in, like, iDubbbz today, but like OG iDubbbz, right? Only, I guess I don't say the N-word, but it's like, okay, but that's because, you know, money, right? I want to make money.
I personally don't find...
Like, and again, it's like, okay, it's easier for me not to. It's the path of least resistance, right? But again, I haven't heard a good moral argument for why it's wrong. Even if it's intuitively wrong, that doesn't mean it is, right? I don't go solely based off of intuition. Fuck, I intuitively, to me, it feels intuitively wrong to say. That's why I don't usually say it, because it feels intuitively wrong. But again, I know that what I think feels intuitively wrong is not necessarily an indication of whether or not it's right. So again, there's a disconnect there, right? It's like I could acknowledge, yeah, I have, like, this irrational feeling that's probably instilled by society, right? But I acknowledge that it's irrational, and that the reason I'm uncomfortable is because society makes it an uncomfortable thing, not because there's, like, something morally wrong with it. There's an obvious difference there.
Find the world too outrageous and still hear it on a regular basis on YouTube or in the online world.
But, like, being desensitized can be helpful.
But I did opt out of using it in my content after...
Like, when it comes to, like, okay, now, part of this is, you know, I'm in a lot of debate spaces, so it is good to be desensitized to certain things, right? Now, I am of the belief that eventually, unless you surround yourself with, like, an echo chamber, which is also bad. You're gonna hear somebody say a mean word you don't like against you at some point, right? So is it better for them to say that word and that you hold at such a high esteem that you just have such strong emotions over it that you're not willing to say it? Or well, not that doesn't you not being willing to say it doesn't necessarily mean you have strong emotions, right? Like you might not say a word for the reasons I might not say a word, right? But like I mean, like as in like you think you have a moral opposition to it, right? You're morally opposed to saying a certain word, and it's just so bad you don't even want to think about the word. So it means a lot to you, okay? That's what you're telling yourself is this word has so much meaning. And but then when somebody uses it against you maliciously, it's gonna have a whole lot more of an impact than if, let's say, like if somebody, let's say, calls me, or someone in my audience a faggot, right? That would have had a lot more of an impact if they weren't used to hearing the word, right? But since they're so used to hearing it in like a joking context, like hearing it as like almost like a meme, it's like they're gonna like ultimately it's gonna be so much easier to make fun of the person who's genuinely hateful. And ultimately, I'm somebody of the belief that the most powerful tool against hatred is laughter. That's all there is to it, right? It is the easiest thing and the best thing and the most effective thing to counter hatred. Just be funny, and the other person will look fucking stupid. Like if you're funny and they're just like genuinely upset and offer nothing of value and just say a slur, and then you make fun of them and repeat the slur to mock them, you're clearly not getting offended by the slur, right? And you're making fun of them, and they are clearly in the wrong, right? Because they're genuinely being hateful, and you're making fun of them being hateful. So ultimately, you end up winning easily. So, in a way, if you are desensitized to certain words, you are, in a way, prepared to not get yourself in a triggering situation. Think of it as, like, almost like an exposure therapy, right? I'm currently, funnily enough, I'm in exposure therapy, right? Because while I might not get triggered by slurs or whatever the fuck, right? It's like, okay, but I do have a lot of, other anxieties, right, that I know are irrational, but they still exist. They prevent me from doing certain things. They make it really hard to fucking live. But when I, but like going through exposure therapy, which is a proven thing, it's like, okay, you gotta learn to sit with that anxiety and learn how to tolerate that distress, right? And being able to tolerate that distress is important. It allows you to respond to a situation in a much more effective and useful way. And ultimately, it is long-term going to decrease your anxiety because even though, like, say, for example, sitting with uncertainty is a really valuable skill, being able to sit with uncertainty gives you a sense of certainty in a weird way, right? It's like, okay, I might not know what's going to happen in this situation or that situation, but it's like if you can deal with your anxiety and manage it and do the thing regardless of whether or not you have anxiety, you have more certainty in that, well, regardless of how I feel, I can do this shit, man. Like, and it can be empowering. So, it's, I don't know. At the end of the day, this pussy shit, while it doesn't make me particularly fond of this guy's approach, I will say, it does make Iilluminaughtii look worse. Because if this pussy shit is too offensive for Iilluminaughtii, she really would not like my philosophy. She would fucking despise me. Either that, or well, I don't know, maybe she wouldn't care, because she probably just virtue signals, and I don't know if she, like, genuinely convinces herself that there's, like, something morally wrong with saying a mean word out of context, or if, like, she just does it because it's, like, a grift or some shit. And she just does it because it's like, oh, well, yeah, it's bad because other people said it's bad. But, like, she doesn't actually give a fuck. She just wants to look morally superior, and that's just, like, an easy way. I don't know.
This was being brought up to me by my fans. 3. She regrets our friendship and regrets helping me fix my wrongful channel termination due to the events mentioned.
Content warning. It sucks to have your channel deleted. I don't know, man. This is just a punch under the belt, isn't it? Why was this in the video? To be clear, my channel was restored by the help of my network, which is a service I pay for. She might have tagged YouTube on Twitter or chatted with support, and I appreciate my friends who had my back throughout all this. I even thanked them in my return video, her included. Here it is. But the fact remains, she wasn't the one who saved my channel. If you want to get into specifics, Oz and Salty are the ones who networked me with this network initially. But the rest was done by myself and the network. We fought for 3 weeks over Christmas to get my channel back. Very odd high horse to try to climb on top of and claiming I should have lost my entire livelihood because
See, this is what I mean. Like, she doesn't have any moral framework that she works within. It's entirely based off of her feelings and heat of the moment. She has no moral framework. She doesn't care about any actual, like, philosophy, or anything like that. She doesn't care about anything but, well, herself, really.
The events stated earlier in this video. Jeesh, man. On a happy note, here's a little celebration chat I had with my network rep after we got the channel back. Whee! Emojis! Whoa! Number 4. The Illuminati smear campaigns. Content warning, vulgar language, mentions of predatory behavior.
I hope that he says the N-word. That would be really funny.
These following screenshots are reflective of behavior I think we have all seen, that the community can and has attested to. Vague tweets happened, whether you were a former friend or a current one, so it was clear to anyone who had experienced this before. But it's the specific timing I would like to bring attention to. Here is Sadmilk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 a.m. that Salty Iilluminaughtii will not be continuing the new journey with Sadmilk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from Iilluminaughtii saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. It is wrong. If someone you know won't take action, then they are complicit to the problem and so on.
I mean, wait, but if you don't know that there's a pedophile, and then you don't take action, then you're not a part of the problem, really, for not noticing. It's like, okay, what do you want me to do? Be on pedo watch 24/7? No, that's unrealistic. Like, again, if someone you know won't take, I mean, I don't know. Well, actually, and this is not a defense of pedophilia, or at least not child predation. Not in terms of the way we use the term pedophilia, but pedophilia, as a term, really, not the way we use it, but as a term, literally just means the attraction to children, not any form of action, right? It literally just means the attraction. Now, technically, the best course of action there is for them to get therapy, because if they act on their attraction, then that causes harm. So the best thing to do there would be, okay, go get therapy, and you know, you're not a bad person for simply having the attraction. You only become a bad person if you act on it, right? Now, that does, and also, yeah, I agree that maps aren't a part of the LGBTQ plus community, right? It's like, okay, I understand that, like, but, like, the fact of the matter is, right, it's like, it's not nearly as black and white as you want it to be, right? It's easy to say, all pedos into the wood chipper, and if by pedo you mean child predator, then I agree. But technically speaking, at least, if we're gonna use the term pedophilia in a technical way rather than the casual, I guess it does say casual reminder over there. It says casual reminder, not formal reminder with technical terminology being used. But yeah, if you're gonna use I don't know. I just think that, like, it's there to say that there's never gray area, it's kind of silly. Like, what if somebody is like, now, I'm not saying this is socially acceptable. I'm not even saying it should be, but, like, let's say you have a friend, right? And then they tell you that they're attracted to kids, but they feel really bad about it, right? And they don't know what to do, right? and then they're telling you about it because they're really ashamed and they just need someone to talk to. Like, what are you supposed to do? Take action? Report them to the police? No. If you're their friend and they haven't done anything wrong and they're just like, they're just guilty, like they feel bad about having an attraction, but like they can't help it, then the best thing to do would be to like talk to them and be like, okay, well, have you tried getting therapy for this? Have you, have you tried this? Have you tried that? How long has this been going on for? You don't intend to like actually like act on it, right? Like, you haven't acted on it, you don't intend on it, and then it's like, okay, and then if they're like, no, obviously not, that would be fucking horrible, and it's like, okay, then the best thing to do there would be not to, stop being their friend. It's like, okay, here's somebody that needs help, right? So, now, I'm not saying that I doubt that Iilluminaughtii would understand this, because she's not very bright. But to say that there's no gray area is the most fucking stupid thing you could say about anything, really. Other than, like, conservative pundits are evil. I don't think there's any gray area there. They're just evil. But other than that, or, like, Nazis are bad. I don't know. I don't think there's any... is there really that much gray area to say? Like, or I guess more specifically, if I want to be really semantically accurate, being a Nazi is objectively worse than not being a Nazi. There's no gray area there. I guess that would be an example of there not being gray area. But again, you have to be very specific with your wording there.
And so forth, and here are some of
and ultimately, it's interesting that this person says it's a pretty basic moral, but again, this is why I don't like, I don't know. I don't like the way that that some people will use the term pedophile interchangeably with child predator, but other people make the distinction. I feel like it needs to be one or the other. I think it's easier to just use whatever the technical definition is, but that's just me. If everyone else just, I don't know, like, it's just, it just adds so much unnecessary ambiguity to it. Like, what? But here she is, like, oh, the fact that I still get surprised by it, it's just like, why are you okay with that person still being around you? Like, is she referring to someone that, like, has touched kids? Or, like, groomed minors or messaged minors explicit things? If that's the case, then, well, shit, I agree with you. But, I don't know. Look, there's just so much fucking shit that people don't talk about. Because I get that they're emotionally invested. I have been as well, but it's like, as soon as I, like, disconnect myself, right, it's like, okay, let me make some categorical distinctions that no one else will, okay? There's the category of pedophile that doesn't act on their attraction. They know that doing so would be harmful, right? And then there's the category of pedo that does act on their attraction. But they all get lumped in together for whatever reason, which doesn't serve any utility. It's pretty fucking stupid, to be completely honest. Again, like, if you have that attraction, get therapy, because you're more likely to act on it if you don't. But again, you're not... It does not necessitate you being a bad person, right? Like, I wouldn't stop being friends with someone if they're like, I have this attraction, but, like, I know it's wrong, I'm not gonna act on it, and, like, I feel kind of bad about it. Like, okay, that's the person that needs you the most, right? Like, they're the one that is gonna need help. So if you like, abandon them for that, they're gonna be like, well, fuck it, it doesn't matter. I'm a bad person no matter what. May as well act on it since I'm a shit person, right? There's a lot of nuance.
other threads. In isolation, there is nothing wrong with this statement. It's one that I obviously support. However, the timing certainly struck us and the community as odd. Immediately after announcing our departure from Sad Milk,
Now, like, colloquially, I agree with the statement, like, in terms of, like, what it... in terms of, like, the message of, like, yeah, don't have sex with minors, right? Like, but if Illuminaughtii is gonna be nitpicky and fucking say a bunch of horrible shit about people and assume worst intent, why should I offer her any more respect than the respect she offers other people, right? Like, plus, I don't think that I was being disrespectful with that explanation anyway. Even if it was a little bit nitpicky and a dumb semantic argument, it's like, okay, I feel like it's a fair one to make.
In 3 hours, this statement was made by Illuminaughtii and retweeted by Sadmilk. This, as anyone would know, started many rumors. Worth mentioning, she also pushed Wonder to release a hit piece video on myself and OT back in 2021. When Wonder left, she retracted her support by removing her comment under the video. Wonder has since then retracted the video and apologizes for the false insinuation it contained, and I hold no grudge against him. I wish him the best in telling his own story and living his best life.
And we watched part of that video, and we might watch the rest, we might not. I don't know if we'll have enough time.
He's a sweet guy who got caught up with the wrong people. She deleted the Sadmilk community tab after my Twitter thread, where I referenced her manipulation of comment sections and vague posting in order to spread rumors or manipulate the public image of us on the collab channel. So here's the deleted community tab, and the older screenshots I have from the community tab look like this. Better without click, and you can see there are multiple comments that ratio this. I mean, obviously the channel had a lot of my audience as questionable. And a couple hours later, oh my god, all the ratioing comments are just magically gone, so it looks like...
Oh, I wonder why. Oh, it must just be a coincidence. I'm sure, like, they deleted them themselves. The person that wrote them was like, I feel bad, I'm gonna delete it. I didn't like that comment.
More people are hating on me than they actually are. Oh my god, how could that have happened? Oh, I guess we'll never know. I am worried I sense big drama, especially on Twitter. I didn't see the N-word in old videos, just saying. Oh damn. It's a little bit of sass, isn't it? And to clarify.
And even if he did, then it's like, who gives a shit? Literally, it's like the biggest non-issue. What's the context behind it? Fucking idiot. Like, this is the problem I have with these people, is these people don't understand that nuance is something that exists. They have the most black and white, basic bitch worldviews that aren't based on anything other than what other people told them to believe. So they just believe whatever they think is the most socially acceptable. It's fucking embarrassing. Like, genuinely. Like, they don't actually think about their philosophy. They don't have philosophy. That's why they end up contradicting themselves. That's why I don't like those types of people, right? That's why I really don't like Illuminaughtii, even though I barely, like, this is the first time I'm hearing about this shit, right? But already I fucking hate her, and not because this dude is painting her in a negative light, but because, well, you see, she's actually, well, painting herself in a negative light. That's the issue.
Back when I was a teen, I said some stupid things I'm not particularly proud of. Things I no longer support.
I don't know. I feel like even this is too apologetic. Don't apologize. Be like, yeah, I said edgy things. Fucking grow up. Everyone said edgy things when they were a teenager. It's not a big deal. Stop crying about a non-issue. That's what I would say. I think that's much more, I don't know, impactful, you know? It's got like this, it's got a little bit more, you know, like, oomph to it, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, it's like, yeah, I don't give a shit, you know? It's like, fuck you. As opposed to, oh, you know, I didn't say that, but if I did, I'm sorry, Ubu. It's like, okay, well, I mean, you know, I'm not saying that it makes Illuminaughtii look any better, but it's still, it's like, come on, you don't have to be a bitch or pretend to be like whatever, just be like I don't know, just have a spine. No one has a spine in 2023, I swear.
The statement she vaguely refers to was me quoting and referencing a movie clip I liked 12 years ago, and at the time I didn't really understand the concept of who can quote a bad word in reference.
No, you were right the first time. You should be able to quote a bad word. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like anybody is going to be confused as to what your intention is there, right? If you are literally just quoting something that somebody else said, and everyone knows that it's somebody else's words and not your own, then they have to deliberately interpret what you're saying in bad faith and deliberately assume that your intentions are bad, even though it's obvious and that they're not, and everyone knows what you actually are trying to say. It's fucking absurd. Like what is this shit? Like, this is pussy shit, man. Man, I was really on board with the response, but then you started feeding into pussy shit. Like, come on. Like, what is the, like, what is this, like, bullshit of, like, oh, yeah, like, don't worry, it was wrong when I did this, but I changed. It's like, no. You were right the first time. 12 years ago, you were being based, okay? Because you weren't basing what you say off of what's socially acceptable or what is okay to say off of what's socially acceptable. And in fact, fuck, I'm fine with you basing what you say off of what's socially acceptable. But don't then go on to say that that's the way it should be, okay? If you're going to make a prescriptive claim like that and say it's not okay, that's a lot different, okay? That's like a lot more of a statement than being like, well, I don't say it anymore, right? It's like, it was socially acceptable back then, it's not now, right? But that has nothing to do with the morality, right? There was nothing ever immoral about it. And again, you have to deliberately be fucking, like, as obtuse as possible. No, not even just obtuse, okay? Even someone who's really obtuse can tell when somebody is quoting something, all right? They can tell the difference. It's really not complicated. But of course, they can't have a nuanced worldview. They have to be dichotomous and thinking of everything in terms of a binary. I mean, that's why transphobic people exist. That's why people don't understand the concept of non-binary, and it's why people can't understand the concept of words having different meaning in different context. You know, it's not oh, this word is bad no matter what if you say it when you're white. That's fucking stupid, right? It's like, okay, maybe it's unintelligent to say. I agree with that. Maybe it's cringy. Fair enough, I don't disagree. I mean, cringy is going to be entirely relativistic and based on what society deems to be acceptable. So you would be correct in saying it's cringe, or that it's kind of in poor taste maybe, or you don't look good when you say it. All of those would be valid statements. But to say that it's wrong, or that there's some sort of moral reason to not do it, or that you were like a bad person for doing it, that's fucking retarded, okay? That's stupid.
Reference to American culture. I am sorry about those statements, and I apologize.
No, don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong or immoral. Okay, apologize to yourself maybe for saying something kind of dumb, if that's what you want to do. Like, maybe like the furthest I'd ever go is, yeah, that was kind of dumb. I shouldn't have said that. But not, I'm sorry, like, as if you did something that was immoral, as if you, like, wronged somebody. You didn't wrong anybody, other than maybe yourself for not being intelligent. I don't know, like, this is a stupid thing to apologize for. My guy, you didn't do anything wrong, so don't fucking apologize. What is this apologia shit? I don't know, maybe this is what happens when you get manipulated by someone like Illuminaughtii for years.
Apologize to anyone who feels affected. I do not stand by it. I never intended any harm. I was trying.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't intend any harm, and anyone with two or more brain cells knows that you didn't intend any harm. Like, you have to deliberately be interpreting it in bad faith to think otherwise. You have to be fucking stupid. Or just like, at that point, if you're so stupid that you don't know what somebody's intentions are when it's really fucking obvious like that, I don't think you're even intelligent enough to watch a 33-minute video and comprehend more than 10 words that he's said throughout the entire thing.
Trying and failing quite miserably to be funny. And to be honest,
I mean, whether or not it's funny is a different discussion. That doesn't mean that what you were doing was wrong or immoral.
It actually feels good to talk about it because she's held this over my head for 2 years.
Well, then that would explain why you're being apologetic. Now, okay, that makes sense. If it's being held over his head, then I can understand why he would feel guilty about it. Because I guarantee you that this Illuminati motherfucker was telling him how bad of a person he is over and over again. Oh, what about the time you said this edgy joke? Oh, what about this time you said an edgy joke? What about the blah, blah, blah? And it's like, okay, then that builds up, and he feels really fucking shitty about it when he knows that, you know, he didn't have bad intent. And deep down, I guarantee you, deep down, he knows for a fucking fact that he did absolutely nothing wrong, okay? He knows that deep down, all right? But he hasn't admitted it to himself yet, okay? Because what manipulative people do is they basically they guilt trip you, they shame you, they find any reason they can to do so, okay? And that shit can even stick with you for years, right? And I mean, a perfect example of this is like there are instances of, and I'm not gonna get too personal, but like for instance, like I had an ex-girlfriend who, you know, was really shitty to me, and you know there were certain things that I was doing right the first time. She convinced me otherwise. And like like there are many instances of that where it's like, okay, you know, I was right the first time. You know, it's like I actively what's the opposite of improvement? I guess regressed, but it wasn't even a regression. It wasn't like I had, you know, unimproved, like I guess unimproved, but I don't know, that doesn't sound right, but like it wasn't like it was a problem I had before, right? And it's like, okay, but the fact of the matter is, I genuinely believe this dude is an abuse victim. That's why he's, you know, apologizing for doing nothing wrong. Like, yeah, like I feel bad for the dude, right? It's like, you know, even though I might point him say, hey, you do realize that apologizing when you did nothing wrong is like cuck behavior, right? It's like I feel bad because it's like there's a reason behind it, right? And that reasoning is not even his fault, okay? He was conditioned to think this way. He was conditioned by emotional abuse, by this Illuminati motherfucker tormenting him, constantly holding shit over his head, shaming him, guilt tripping him, etc., so that he feels like shit about himself, and it ruins his self-worth.
As people have started reaching out to me and other ex-members from Sad Milk, I now for the first time have gotten a proper look into the other side of this, and my suspicions of her being behind these rumors and smear campaigns is now confirmed. All these screenshots take place after we have left Sad Milk. We left in early October, and she posted about us leaving in early November. Here she is, hyping up people who simply got banned from, in this case, One Topic's Discord. They spend hours of their lives to help some YouTuber they love and look up to. The very least any content creator can do or should do is give the teams the respect they deserve. Mods have been the backbone of every YouTube community, and so on and so forth. Ah, this OT and click poo has me heated. These...
Say shit, man. Come on. What? Is your audience like 10 years old? Come on. Just say shit and fuck, okay? Come on. You're 18 minutes in. It's probably not even going to... Like, are you worried about monetization for this video? Come on. Just read it out loud. Holy shit.
Stupid fricks.
Just say fucks. This is so cringe.
Oof. How could you not care about the people who care about...
I mean, you were talking about, like, pedophilia earlier in the video, and then, like, shit that's, like, you know, I didn't really warrant trigger warnings, but whatever. It's like, if you're gonna put a trigger warning, just be like, yeah, trigger warning, this video talks about, like, pedophilia, and also has swear words in it, so if you don't like swear words or pedophilia, which are on the same level, by the way, click off the video. Like, come on. If you're gonna talk about, like, come on, just say the words, okay? It's you're not gonna get backlash for saying it. That's the difference. There's nothing useful about not saying them. It just makes everyone cringe. I'm sorry. He can say whatever he wants. Okay.
About your community the most? How? I would like to point out the hypocrisy here, that in regards to my own Discord, she has been constantly suggesting me not being harsh enough. But when a staff member actually is kicked for breaking rules, she does this? All right. Here she is, twisting the facts about the VC she had with OT around the time the pedo was banned around 2 a.m. Note that the dates mean that she has been spinning this twisted narrative of what actually happened for a very long time.
And the fact that, like, she was whining about, like, whatever, his Discord server not being moderated enough for some shit is fucking baffling. I mean, based on how, like, cucked some of the shit he says is, it's like, okay. Like, this is, like, the most, like, safe, politically correct shit imaginable. Right? And I don't usually like to be like, oh, that's, you know, talk about whether or not something's politically correct, right? It's like, okay. That's usually what cringe conservatives do. But in this case, I think in this case it's applicable, right? Because it's like, even if you do all this cucked shit, it's like still like too offensive for Illuminaughtii, because she's like genuinely batshit crazy, like she's unhinged.
But 2.5 years. Here she is, still harping on the same Discord situations yet again, venting about it in some group DM. This is all after I had left Sadmilk. Venting and nitpicking my wording in a DM. At this point, the argument isn't even if the situation was resolved or not. And to clarify, yes, I do think there is a distinct difference between personally targeting a minor with nudes or extorting them for nudes versus posting some random lewd artwork from Twitter in an inappropriate chat room. Both are bad, but they are not in the same ballpark.
Ah, finally, understanding nuance exists. Muy bien.
Me clarifying that.
Thank you for not apologizing for cucked shit, okay? Thank you for not being a cuck. Thank you. Thank you.
That is a very odd thing to nitpick and vent about. Here's the same chat room again, twisting a joke from a collab video.
I'm glad he's not apologizing now. He was apologizing for stupid shit that he didn't do anything wrong. He was apologizing. That was weird. Holy fuck. The abuse got to his head.
Video from myself and OT. Trigger warning. Pedo stuff. We were watching an old video from OT and Click last night, and part of the discussion, they were discussing OT memes, and they made a driver of the free candy van joke. Holy...
Oh, no. Oh, holy guacamole. It's like, who gives a shit? Oh, no, he made a joke. Oh, God. He made a joke about a pedophile driving a van and giving free candy. Oh God, the horror. This is the most stupid shit imaginable. Even without the context, it's like, really? Are like, you're that much of a cuck that you cry about this joke? Like, how much of a fucking boring-ass loser do you have to be? And this is out of context. Even out of context, the person whining about this, putting a fucking trigger warning, pedophilia. It's like, and then it's like, oh yeah, here's a joke that was made about a free candy being and a creepy old man in a van. What? Like, this is what you're holy fuck. How much of a loser do you have to be to unironically get mad about that joke? Like, I make fun of people for policing humor all the time, but this is next level cuckery, okay? Yeah, that's not even like being a cuck. Like that, like this is like beyond that. Like this is like having your significant other get ganged banged by this is like having your significant other get ganged banged by like 20 big black guys, and then you're just like the fat guy with the beer belly and a little bit of tummy hair, and you're just watching in the background. Well, look, that's what this amounts to. It's like, come on, this is like beyond any. What? This is just so dumb.
Poe, what the frick? Really? A white van joke is your banger evidence? I mean, as if the Discord stuff wasn't already misinterpreted and over.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. It's like, what?
Hyped enough. What is this? Are you serious? Here's the same chat room again, in what I'm assuming is suggesting that my my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter.
All the younglings think of I feel like this might be a Star Wars reference too. scrolling through Twitter and this popped up since others I follow liked it. It's like, I think this is a Star Wars reference, if anything. That's pretty based. Referencing, maybe not. Maybe he's just saying younglings because it's like a weird, like, oh, haha. Normally people don't say that. You know, this is like the most boomer shit to say. It could be either of them. Whenever I think younglings, I think of the scene where Anakin Skywalker in Revenge of the Sith slaughters the younglings. That's the first thing I think of. And then Obi-Wan and Yoda talking about how he killed younglings.
Has pedo implications. Oh, the younglings think I'm so cool. Oh my god, if straws were growing...
This isn't even something that can... even the most bad faith interpretation, it's like, how do you... What? This is beyond the most bad faith interpretation. It's just lying. It has nothing to do with the source material at that point. It's like, okay, you're showing a tweet and then you're just, like, lying about it. Like, you have to almost not read the tweet, but then, like, this is,
on straws, this would be the straws that were being grasped at, man. What the heck?
No, they're not even grasping at straws. They're grasping it at thin fucking air at this point. No. They're not even grasping it at thin air. They're grasping it, I don't know, like the fucking vacuum of space, I swear.
Hell, here she is, leaking and nitpicking a message from me to my staff, proving that she did indeed have insiders in my mod team after she and I had parted ways and the crossover staff had officially left. She says, yikes, and here is me saying that, oh yeah, you notice the staff has left again.
I don't think I need to watch anymore, alright? In conclusion, this guy was apologizing for shit that he didn't even do wrong, which was, like, cuck behavior, but, like, that's still too edgy for Illuminaughtii, so... in conclusion, Illuminaughtii is a loser and a dumbass and a piece of shit. You know, okay, well... like, if iDubbbz is a simp and a cuck, what is Illuminaughtii? Holy fuck. Only reason I care about the iDubbbz thing more is because it's like I actually care about iDubbbz as a content creator because he inspired me. Time to read chat. If I get distracted really easily is painfully relatable, yeah. You've heard of Elf on a Shelf, now get ready for Niglet on a Piglet. Hell yeah! Yeah! Hell yeah. Nah, for real. Like, how is that offensive? It's like, it can't even be interpreted as offensive. Well, as much as I would fancy a longer stay, I must depart to business. Well, goodbye, Hawthorne, if you're still watching this. Which you're probably not, but maybe you're watching the VOD. Godspeed to you, Sir Femus, and as always, may your community rise as the triumphant tree. Adieu, Adao, I think, yeah. How do people watch him talk for 3 hours? Who, me? 'Cause I'm entertaining? How do people watch you talk for 3 seconds? Holy fuck. I think reading your message gave me fucking brain damage. Holy shit. Yes, people watch other people that are entertaining for 3 hours. Yes, that is something that people can do. Like, especially when it comes to a podcast format. Have you ever heard of a podcast before? I'm definitely a little more in line with, click on the slur thing, but I know it's more of a personal thing. Well, yeah, but, no, that's fine. But, like, but the point I'm making is there's no moral argument there. There's, like, all you can say is that you don't like it, and that's fine. No one said you had to, like, enjoy hearing someone, I don't know, say the N-word or some shit, right? It's like, okay, you can personally not enjoy that, but you can also, like, acknowledge that, okay, well, that person isn't a bad person. Bro, what is this baby Sneed person talking about? Wait, you didn't get to the part where she makes an alt account pretending to be an autistic Oh my god, how is there more? Do I even want to know? Like I already have brain damage from this. Oh my god. But yeah, the character of a person should not, like, the moral character of a person shouldn't be determined by whether or not they said a slur, or even if they still say it. It's like, again, just don't watch their content, right? It's like different strokes for different folks. It's the same reason I wouldn't watch Dora the Explorer. It's not because creating another episode of, it's not because it was immoral for them to create an episode of Dora the Explorer that I didn't like. It's just, okay, this isn't content I enjoy watching, right? It's like, yeah, I don't like it. Like, Dora is a condescending piece of shit. She talks to me like I'm 5 years old and asks me retarded questions. But like, that doesn't mean that it's an immoral show, right? It's like, but there's an audience for it, right? Same way there's an audience for people that like edgy jokes. So like, to claim that, like, oh, I don't like it, therefore it's bad if anybody else does, it's fucking stupid. I don't think I can subject myself to any more of this dumb fuckery. I'm not even gonna bother watching Iilluminaughtie's video on it, because like, I already know she's in the wrong. It's, like, unambiguous. Like, you don't even have to... like, she dug herself such a massive grave, you don't even have to, like, watch her video. It's like, okay. It's very clear what the actual, like, situation is, right? Like, and, like, but, like, all he had to, but I still think that him apologizing was cucked shit. He shouldn't have apologized. Now, if he said, I mean, yeah, that was something I said in the past. I mean, I don't particularly like it anymore. I thought it was kind of, looking back, it's kind of cringe, maybe it wasn't in the best of taste. I wouldn't do that today. He could say that. Be like, why are you judging me for something so long ago? Like, those are better arguments than, like, oh, I'm so sorry, ooh. It's like, okay. Now you're just being a cuck. For the sake of, I don't know. Not even to get anything. It's like, now people are going to hold you to a certain standard that you wouldn't otherwise be held to. Like, okay. When I make statements about how okay, there's no moral argument against this, even though I might not personally like it, I allow myself a lot more lenience, okay? Even though I might not say the N-word, for instance. When I say, well, there's no moral argument against it, if I were to, like, there can't be any perceived hypocrisy, right? Because there isn't a moral argument against it. And I'm not going to claim there is, just because I don't like something. You still don't know half of it, but it's a lot of info. Going over all in one go would be extremely exhausting. Yeah, I'm fucking exhausted, man. I'm like, holy shit. It's beyond, like, it's beyond, oh my god, I'm losing brain cells. Anyways, I hope everybody watching this is either a live stream, past live stream, VOD, video, podcast, whatever the fuck, enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to smash like, donate $1 billion to my Streamlabs link, subscribe with notifications on. I have a large video project I'm working on, so stay tuned for that. And if you're not sure what it is, trust me, when I release that video, I'm not going to say when I release it, but, I mean, I will at some point, but, I don't even have to tell you what it is. Like, once I release it, you'll know that it's a big video project. Like, I don't have to tell you, okay? When you see the title and thumbnail, okay, when you see that, you know, okay? You don't need me to tell you. You already know, okay? Yeah, okay. Anyways, yeah. So, goodbye, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this epic video, because that would be very epic, or, sorry, sad if you didn't. So, therefore, if you didn't, then eat shit and die. Smash like, subscribe, eat my ass, so, basically, I'm just talking a whole lot of shit, right? And while pressing all the buttons. Like, ooh, what if I pressed all the buttons. Ooh, spooky. Oh, and then I just disappear, and then I appear. Ooh. I'm sorry. Is this annoying? I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, Uwu. Okay. Alright, if you didn't believe me when I said I had the big autism, now you can probably tell. I don't think no normal person does this. Okay, I'm rambling. Goodbye, everybody. This is how I get more engagement. It is very visually engaging, okay? Very good, okay? It is very good. I'll have you find that. Yeah, this is how I increase watch time. Wow, I'm so visually engaging right now. Like, this is, yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry. Alright, good night. Oh, I never shut off my outfit. It's not too special, and it is a nice outfit, though. I am wearing a skirt. And, yeah, so, before I go... Whoop. Oh, shoot. Ah. Woo. Oh, wait, no. That's in the way. Oh. Get out of the way, motherfucker. It's, oh god, it's such a annoying... Okay, there we go. Whew. Thigh highs. Okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Alright, bye. Smash like and subscribe. Unless you want to die in a tragic house fire. Before I go, I have a quick question. Well, a statistic, really. Did you know that greater than 99% of house fires happen to people who aren't subscribed to the Femios YouTube channel? Well, if you want to become the less than 1% of people that, don't die in house fires, make sure to smash subscribe. Can you name a single person who died in a house fire while being subscribed to the Femios YouTube channel? Well, I'll bet you can't, because it never happened. I'm just saying. Anyways, bye. I don't even know what I'm doing with my life. This is, yeah. Anyways. This is the part where I probably should end stream. Okay? Yeah. Anyways, I end stream now, okay? Alright. Haha. Well. Anyways, I don't even know what I am doing. I wonder how much stream delay there is. Because usually it accumulates over time. I don't... What am I saying? Okay. Well, anyways. Goodbye.